All right, Chairman, we're ready to go.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the June 4th, 2020 State Board of Education meeting. I'm Eric Davis, Chair of the Board, and I call this meeting to order. I'd like to welcome all my board colleagues and advisors, staff, visitors, online listeners, and Twitter followers. Yeah, can you fix that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I remind our audience and those listening that this body meets monthly with its official meeting scheduled for the first Thursday of the month. Due to COVID-19, the board's work was split over 2 days to provide time for the needed discussions from each from each respective committee. Today we'll conclude with our two remaining committees, Student Learning and Achievement and Business Operations. I remind our visitors and online listeners that you can follow the meeting online and see all of our materials by going to SBE meetings at stateboard.ncpublicschools.gov. Board members, you're reminded that it's our duty to avoid conflicts of interest and the appearance of conflicts of interest as we handle the work of this board. Does any member of the board know of any conflict of interest or any appearance of conflict with respect to any matters coming before us at this meeting? If so, please state them for the record. During the course of the meeting, become aware of an actual or apparent conflict of interest. Please bring the matter to the attention of the chair, and it will then be your duty to abstain from participating in discussion on the matter and from voting on the matter. We now come to our special recognitions, a time when we recognize those educators, schools, local school systems, and advisors for outstanding achievement and honors. And today I'm delighted that we begin by recognizing a few of our own, starting with my colleague, Dr. Olivia Holmes Oxendine. In March, Dr. Oxendine was honored to receive the Board of Governors Award for Excellence in Public Service for the UNC Pembroke. This award recognizes and rewards excellence in service related to economic development, creative or cultural outreach, community leadership, and youth and adult programming. Dr. Oxendine's dedication to this board, her region, community, and her students have earned her this distinct honor. Dr. Oxendine, it's an honor to serve with you, and we're delighted to congratulate you on receiving this award, and thank you for your continued advocacy for the students of North Carolina. Dr. Oxendine, would you like to share a few words?
Yes, thank you so much, Chairman Davis. I will only be brief to say that serving on this board and serving public education for many, many years is nothing short of a privilege to be recognized by my campus as the recipient at UNCP is one of those unimagined extras that come along with service. You don't see that happening. You just work hard and these things happen. And as a matter of fact, I received a letter came to me in an email from the Faculty Awards Committee on my birthday. So I had a little lilt to my day that day, but I will say this in closing. If I have been of any help to public education and specifically to the state board, because my award largely resides in my service on the state board, it's only because of each member on this board and each person within the department who has pushed me forward, made me think harder, given me that extra energy, sometimes after these 2-day meetings, to strive forward. So it isn't all Olivia. It's all of the people in my life of service that who have influenced Olivia. So thank you, Chair Davis, for that moment.
Thank you, Dr. Oxendine. I look forward to continuing to serve with you. So today, with mixed emotions, we also say goodbye to a few of our board advisors who have engaged in civil discourse at this board table and have challenged our thinking contributing to better policy for our students. For the past year, Dr. Patrick Miller, our superintendent advisor, has made many contributions to this board in a variety of committee discussions and board work, all while serving as chair of our important partner group, Pepsi, and while using feedback from his colleagues and his many years of field experience to inform board decisions. Dr. Miller measures his words carefully to ensure they have the maximum effect and the intended impact. His calmness will be missed. His sincerity and his genuine caring for our students will be missed, but we know that he will continue to serve our students in so many different ways. So while we look forward to welcoming Dr. Anthony Jackson at our July meeting, Dr. Miller, we want to know how much we appreciate your service to our students on this board and how much you'll be missed. Thank you for all your contribution. Would you like to make a few comments?
Yes, thank you, Chair Davis. Just wanted to say that I'm grateful for the opportunity I've had to serve on the state board over the past year. I've certainly learned a great deal. I would like to thank the board and its advisors for making me feel welcome, for valuing my perspective, and for listening to the feedback that I received from my fellow superintendents on the issues that we have confronted over the last year. As you said, I will remain connected to the board through my ongoing work with Pepsi, and I leave my seat in extremely capable hands. Dr. Tony Jackson from Vance County is a courageous, articulate, and thoughtful leader, but more importantly, he is one of my closest friends among the superintendents. You will enjoy working with him. Thank you again, board members and advisors, for affording me this opportunity to serve North Carolina. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Miller. Today, we also bid farewell to Mr. Tabari Wallace, who has advised this board for 2 years as our Principal of the Year advisor. Mr. Wallace brings charisma and unbridled passion to any conversation or any board committee he's involved in. He has led by example, setting the path, which now allows Principals of the Year to offer guidance to the board for the same amount of time as our Teacher of the Year advisors. Mr. Wallace pushed to ensure that every student was considered in making decisions and reminds us of our obligation of sound basic education for all students. We know you will continue this advocacy, Mr. Wallace, as you depart from us, and we will miss you greatly, but we look forward to continuing to serve with you and celebrate your student success in your school. Mr. Wallace?
Thank you, Chairman Davis. The last 2 years has been the best of my life, sitting at the table with y'all, other than the birth of my daughter when I was 17. I've had the fortune of witnessing each of you serve with the students of North Carolina, serve the students of North Carolina with compassion, integrity, and selfless pursuit of ensuring that each and every child will have the educational tools and problem-solving skills to be extremely successful in the 21st century. The best attribute all of you have on this state board and in DPI is your heart. You are beautiful. As all great leaders, you listen more than you speak. You involve all stakeholders before you make decisions. And those decisions are always based on what's good for children and the development of teachers you serve. The best thing is the diversity within this group, not only in ethnicity and background, but in ideology as well. Chairman Davis is probably the best manager / leader of these ideals and the manager of multiple personalities, ensuring all members are heard and that all will have an equitable stake in the decision-making of this great state. You all had the courage to address equity in education, which resulted in the GOLD team, which is to carry out actions to ensure that each and every child receives a quality education in North Carolina. I can't say enough about Dr. Townsend Smith. She is the sunlight on a rainy day. She is the same every time you meet her, irregardless of how she's feeling internally. She had the foresight of allowing principals to serve for 2 years, just like the teachers of the year, so our voices could be heard. She gave me that second chance, and I wholeheartedly thank you, Mrs. Thompson. Don't change who you are, State Board, because you are special. Your enthusiasm to move this great state forward is infectious. I really implore to you to please continue being you. Do not let perfect be the barrier to good. I love you all, and I'm available in any capacity that you see fit in the future. Again, I will be with Dr. Miller on Pepsi, continuing to serve the great Old North State. And I just want to wish you all well. Thank you for all the experiences and times that we talked, and definitely thank you for the relationships and the network that we have garnered and that will continue in the future. And as I always say to my students, this is Principal Wallace, and I'm signing off. Try to fly, baby. Try to fly.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace. Boy, I think we'd all like to enroll in your school. Thank you so much. The last advisor that reluctantly we must say goodbye to today is our senior student advisor, Ms. Meredith Gaskell. As a student advisor, she's maximized this opportunity by using her voice to advocate for her peers, classmates, and agency workshops throughout this COVID-19 pandemic, and by providing feedback at the board table influencing critical policy decision. Meredith, we look forward to seeing the mark you will leave on this world as you begin your NC State journey. You'll be missed, and we encourage you to continue to use your voice because it really matters. Ms. Gaskell, would you like to say a few words?
Yes, thank you so much, Chair Davis. This has been such an amazing opportunity, and I'm truly so thankful to have been able to serve along such amazing and compassionate leaders in education. I just especially want to thank you all for valuing my voice in the room and just always making me feel welcome from the beginning. I will only be a little bit down the road, so I look forward to staying in touch with you all after this meeting. And I just again want to applaud your work in allowing all students to be on the same playing field. And throughout yesterday's meeting, I just really could tell how much heart each of you have, and I just applaud that so much. And I am so honored to have had the opportunity to get to see that firsthand. I just thank you all so much, and I will definitely miss this opportunity, but look forward to staying in touch. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gaskell, and all three of our advisors. If we were present in our normal meeting room, we'd all be standing at attention on our seat, clapping and celebrating you this moment. So know that we're doing that virtually right now. We look forward to the time when we'll be able to physically be together and look each other in the eye and give those expressions of appreciation and thanksgiving to you as you leave the board. So you'll also receive from us a few items to keep that hopefully will remind you of this experience with us, because we'll never forget the things that you've done for our students. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
So at this time, I call on Dr. Angie Mullinex to come forward to an update. I'd just like to express that as a military veteran, I know firsthand the importance that our schools make on the lives of our soldiers, sailors, and airmen in our military. And one of the points of pride of our state is the number of servicemen and women and their families that live with us, and that we have the opportunity to educate their children. And I'm delighted to turn this part of the agenda over to Dr. Mullinex to describe the achievements of some of our schools and districts in serving the children of our servicemen and women. Dr. Molinax.
Thank you, Chairman Davis. Good morning. Thank you so much for allowing me to have this opportunity to highlight our Purple Star Award recipients. I also want to echo your comments. When I became an employee at the department, and this was one of the first initiatives that I was able to lead as a veteran, a military spouse. My husband's been on active duty for 23 years. A mother to military connected children, a community member in Moore County. I am very much a part of this initiative, and so it was very near and dear to me to be able to lead this. So it is with great pride that I acknowledge we had many applicants and many awardees this year. In our first year of this, we had 132 schools that were awarded the Purple Star Award. You see on there Moore County schools. They had 20 schools that were awarded. We announced all of those in our virtual ceremony this past Friday. You can go to the next slide, Deanna. Oh, okay. Well, you see on there you have Moore County schools, but we had 10 LEAs that also received the award recognition, and we had 4 charter schools. We reached as far as Polk and Lincoln counties, and so we had a great result from this inaugural year. As part of their application process, these schools had to convey that they met several requirements, such as having a military point of contact at the central office level and at the school campus level, having a checklist for transitioning military students. We know that is one of the most difficult parts of being a military connected student is the frequent transitions in and out of school districts and in and out of states and countries. They had to do several community service projects and show their artifacts representing those community service projects to support the military connected families. And the results of these artifacts just conveyed how much these schools are willing to support our military connected students. Our plan for next year, as we launch the application going into the fall, our goal is to paint North Carolina purple. And when I say that, I really mean that my hope is to see every LEA to apply for this award designation, to show that even if you have one student that is military connected, whether it be active duty, National Guard, reserves, or through a veteran, that you are there to support those students wholeheartedly. So thank you so much to all of these award recipients for your dedication to our state's military connected students. Chairman Davis, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Molinax. If you have handy, would you mind reading the names of the LEAs and charter schools that were also awarded along with these that are on the screen?
Yes, if you could just give me one.
Sure.
I should have them all. I have them all. I think I have them all memorized. So I'll go ahead. And if I'm leaving one out, Dr. Sturgill, if you could just chime in and help me out. So we had Carteret County, Onslow County, Craven County, Pender County, Wayne County, Moore County, Harnett County, Cumberland County, Polk County. I'm missing one LEA. And then we also touched on, Polk County is our other LEA, and then Lincoln County had a charter school in it. And then within those LEAs that I mentioned, Wayne County and Cumberland County and Harnett County, we also had the 3 other charter schools. So I hit them all.
Terrific. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Molinax, for leading this effort, and thanks to our schools and districts who serve our military families. Anyone who's served knows that it truly takes a family for one of their individuals to serve, and we play an important role in supporting those families by educating their children. Thank you so much. I'll now turn to Superintendent Johnson for your report.
Thank you. Our state and our nation are going through so much pain and division right now, and I agree with so many of the powerful statements that have come from leaders and from our communities in the past week. I also want to lift up again the amazing public servants who do work so hard to serve everyone in our nation, regardless of skin color, ethnicity, or zip code. The first responders and the healthcare workers who have been champions during the COVID-19 crisis, and no matter who is in need, have fought for every single life that has been in jeopardy. And our educators who have just gone above and beyond for every student, especially our teachers and school leaders who've been on the front line of the connectivity gap, calling students, using school buses to deliver materials, even mailing materials to students, doing their best with what they have to provide the opportunity for all children to work hard and succeed no matter the obstacles. 2020 will definitely go down history as a very difficult year for our nation, but let's not allow this moment to go to waste. Let's move forward together to make the changes we need to truly provide every student with the opportunity to work hard in school and succeed. And on the other major challenge this year, let's not forget that COVID-19 is still out there. I am very glad that we are opening up. I'm glad that we're having graduation ceremonies. I'm glad that we are working on plans to have school look more like normal when we return in August. But we lost a student to COVID-19 this week, a second grader. And she's about the age of my own daughter, and I cannot fathom the pain her family must be going through right now. And they made it very clear that they want their message to get out there so that other families don't have to go through the pain of that loss. I have been getting a lot of questions on where North Carolina is with guidelines for our schools this fall. There was an update from the NC Department of Health and Human Services on the board agenda for today, but it looks like that has been removed. The DPI team has had some pretty blunt conversations with NCDHHS about their draft health guidelines for schools. While many have been expecting a defined list of requirements, it appears many of the substantive guidelines around social distancing and face coverings and remote learning may be more of recommendations come August. As Governor Cooper does put forth recommendations rather than requirements, I do expect North Carolina may see 115 unique plans for the 115 unique public school districts we support. So at DPI, with that in mind, we are not going to work on a one-size-fits-all approach. Instead, we will seek to offer a toolkit for districts to provide different levels of strategies that can be individualized to best support the decision-making of leaders on the ground in each district. As we have discussed, DPI staff has already been hard at work leading work groups that are comprised of diverse stakeholders from teachers to staff to superintendents to mental health professionals and many more to create draft operational strategies that will help our school systems across the state. That work will go through the schools reopening framework that has been shared multiple times, which we have established to get feedback from the task force, its advisors, and through the feedback loops of other stakeholders, including other agencies, the state board, the General Assembly, and the governor's office. We hope to have final public health guidelines from NCDHHS next week, and ready to go with that, our first draft from DPI of operational guidance on social distancing, health screenings, etc., that will be ready for feedback in order to put those into a final toolkit. So that is our update on where we are with COVID-19. And obviously, again, it is still out there. This is a challenge that will be with us for when we return to school in August.
Thank you, Superintendent Johnson. And to build on your comments, I would add that over the past 2 months, a dedicated team of professionals across our state in every district and school have been working around the clock to ensure that we continue to educate, feed, and care for our students during this pandemic. In particular, teams in the Department of Public Instruction and various work groups have been hard at work on this task. And while they bring great experience and expertise, they operate even more from a desire to collaborate, learn, and seeking to understand the impact of the pandemic from multiple points of view. And so they've included in these work groups partners that bring perspectives from custodians, bus drivers, child nutritionists, teacher assistants, and every other level in our system. And moreover, they've constantly sought feedback to challenge and improve their own thinking. And so as we continue to work on this important task of delivering reopening planning direction to our districts, we call upon all to continue to send us your insights and feedback and considerations that you think we should bear in mind as we plan for the reopening of schools. This primary deliverable we will provide next week. It was on our agenda for today. However, on Monday and Tuesday of this week, we received some valuable, constructive feedback, particularly from our superintendents, but also from teachers and other partners. It made it clear that there was an opportunity to improve the product that we were working on in collaboration with our partners in the Department of Health and Human Services. And so we've elected to continue to work on that document as the superintendent suggested. But we want to be clear that we make the commitment today to deliver on June 11th, a special meeting of this board, one single combined document that incorporates the best thinking of the Department of Health and Human Services, the Department of Public Instruction, and this board in consultation with the Governor's Office to assist our districts and schools preparing for reopening of schools in August. At this time, I'll turn to Dr. Stegall and Emory, who've been providing fabulous leadership in the work being done in the agency throughout this pandemic, for an update on other aspects of our COVID-19 response. Dr. Stegall, Emory.
Good morning, Chair Davis, Superintendent Johnson, members of the board, and our stakeholders who are following us today. Thank you so much for this opportunity in these meetings to update you on our work. Dr. Stegall and I would be remiss if we didn't take pause here and just also say how grateful we are to work for a board and leadership in the department and with all of our colleagues who share the emotion, heart, and messaging that we heard yesterday. Each of us would just like to add our commitment to that today. If you have been to my office at DPI, you'll find a rather ragged little paper on my door that has traveled with me for almost 30 years from Ron Edmonds. And many of you who have been in the business for a while may remember him as the father of the Effective Schools movement. That quote says, "We can, whenever and wherever we choose, successfully teach all children whose schooling is of interest to us. We already know more than we need to do this. Whether we do it or not must finally depend on how we feel about the fact that we have not done it so far." A quote from 1970s, and here we are. So I just want to say I remain fully committed to the doing and appreciate the opportunity to serve on this team. In front of you, you have a timeline that we have put together. I think our state superintendent and board chair have really covered a lot of my part of this and how we got to today and our commitment to next Thursday, June 11th. But we wanted to share where we are at. We have spent intense time with our partners at DHHS in what we would call feedback loop, looking at guidance, revisiting it, trying to take a health perspective and medical expertise and weave into it the practicality of what that looks like in schools. And Dr. Stegall and I have spent a lot of time in that, and we appreciate the opportunity to collaborate. As Chair Davis mentioned, after other stakeholders had a preliminary view of that, we felt that we needed to give more time to it. Our work groups have been working and are ready to go, but we wanted to align what we release, because we only get one opportunity to do that, with the DHHS guidance so that it was easy to understand, interpret, and that there was good flow between that guidance and the operational guidance that will come from the department. So what you see here is that our work groups will give us a draft of that by Friday. We will vet that with the leadership group that has been touching base every morning by phone. You see that on Saturday. Any feedback that will need to go back or reworking of those drafts would happen. We will meet on Monday with the work group leads to make sure that we have good format and consistency and flow across these operational guidelines. And then we will vet again with some of these key stakeholder groups. Our plan this week had been to release this to superintendents and charter leaders embargoed a day ahead, so they are not surprised by public sharing of it, and that would be the plan next week as well. We have had these regular Wednesday calls with superintendents and Thursday calls with our charter leaders. So the goal would be to ask Deputy Secretary Perry to be present for that so folks can ask her questions, and then we would bring it to you at the special called meeting next Thursday. And so we wanted to put this up there. It helps us to have a goal and a timeline so that folks can stay on task with that. Chair Davis, do you want me to move on or pause here for any questions?
Yeah, let's, any questions from my colleagues for Dr. Emery on this plan? Okay, hearing none. Dr. Emery?
Thank you, sir. Other parts of my report, I just wanted to lift up that we have also been trying to work and support the hard work going on legislative issues. We know sometimes things require technical corrections. Dr. Stegall and I have been very involved in issues that have been identified that could complicate reopening. How do we do some of the phases that might be suggested with only 5 remote learning days? How do we continue to feed children with some of the technical caps on funding? How do we help people in the department work on some of the reports that you're going to hear today on remote learning, allotment formulas, etc.? Also want to excitedly share, if you have not seen, that we launched a new website, and we'll be sure that we can post this in our materials, that was done by one of our work groups with the social and emotional learning and crisis response practice. We know this will be at the heart of our return, which is first a focus on relationships. So we really appreciate all the work that's been done there. Also just wanted to let you know that we did a second round of survey with out of our digital teaching and learning division to capture some more hard data that would help drive the funding formulas for the remote learning plans, as well as the allotments that we had from the General Assembly last month. And now I'm going to pass it over to my colleague, Dr. Stegall, and if you have questions later, happy to be responsive.
Thank you, Dr. Emery and board members. Thank you for the time today. I too want to reiterate, I couldn't be more proud of the group of educators at the department and on the state board. We all commit to ending systemic racism and understanding that not every child experiences things through the lens that we would want. We all commit to understanding our own biases and limitations and to not settling for the status quo. I want to thank you as state board members for your example and your leadership and the leadership of our department. One of your state board goals is to eliminate opportunity gaps, and today, board members, you'll hear reports regarding that, the department's work focused on the legislative requirements for PSUs to have remote instruction plans. As we know, it came through as a legislative requirement. To assist our public school units, DPI leaders have conducted guidance and technical assistance webinars this week on the components and requirements of those remote instruction plans. Additionally, you'll be hearing today from our work group on the legislative bill focused on Summer Jumpstart. Following the state board's approval today, the remediation support and the Summer Jumpstart guidance will be available for all districts. And again, this Jumpstart support is a concerted effort to help eliminate opportunity gaps as we move into the coming school year. I was prepared to speak of the Purple Star awards and designations. As was said, 10 LEAs, 4 charters, 132 total awarded schools. You've heard from that, but we just want to continue lifting up any opportunity to reach all students, and this was a great recognition ceremony, and we look forward to doing more in the future. Since we last spoke to you, we've worked with DHHS not only on back to school reopening guidance, but also to disseminate their guidance for child care settings and summer day camps, which are of particular interest to schools and districts across our state. We've also worked with them on their guidance on participants of youth, college, and amateur sports programs. The guidance on day camp and program settings serving children and teens was given out about 2 weeks ago now, and it's intended to help day camp facilities and programs make informed decisions about COVID-19 and to minimize the risk of exposure to both, of course, staff and students and children in their care. Likewise, the interim guidance for administrators and for participants of youth, college, and amateur sports programs was released, as I said, and it provides the steps that administrators and those participants in those sports programs can take to reduce the spread of COVID-19. Dr. Emery and I have continued our weekly schedule, and we're moving to bi-weekly and on call as needed with the superintendents and the charter school leaders as was shared. And the focus of this is not just about telling, it's about communication, gathering their input, problem solving together. This dialogue, this ideation time and brainstorming has been an integral part of the work we've developed in response to COVID-19. And now as we shift into the planning for school reopening in the fall, we do value that collective wisdom and insight that these leaders on the call provide us as we collectively support all students in North Carolina. So again, Dr. Emery and I, along with all DPI staff, look forward to continued work as we shift now our focus fully to the 2020-21 school year and beyond.
Any questions or comments from my colleagues for Drs. Emery and Stegall?
Chair Davis.
Yes.
This is Candace. I just have to say how grateful I am for the leadership that Dr. Emery and Dr. Stegall have provided over these last few months. They've just been amazing, and I can't imagine any stronger leaders, and they've just risen to the occasion, and I just want to say thank you to them.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, hearing none. Well, again, our thanks to both of you and your teams, and also I would add our thanks to Dr. Perry and her fine team at DHHS, as well as Mr. Hoke and our superintendents across the state, and all other groups that are helping us do this work on behalf of our students. We're delighted to be partners with you. And we look forward to seeing that next key deliverable on June 11th. So we'll now proceed to our 2 committee meetings for the day, and we'll begin with the Student Learning and Achievement Committee, chaired by Mr. Buxton. Before he begins, I'll remind our committee chairs and the audience that all voting on consent and any item requiring action will be done at the end of today's meeting via roll call. Mr. Buxton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is J.B. Buxton, and I'm joined on this committee by Dr. Olivia Oxendine. Mr. Chair, if you just allow me a quick moment of personal privilege to thank our departing from the board advisors. I have appreciated their input and feedback. I think it has moved us to better places. Meredith, whether it was being called upon to answer questions that affected students, or your outstanding service as part of the grading efforts that we were doing in the wake of this pandemic, you have been a real value to this board. I'm excited for your future and excited to see what NC State and you have in store for all of us. Patrick, I've known you for a long time and have always appreciated that you advocate not just for your own county or your own students or faculty, but for public education in this state. I've missed not being able to sit next to you these last few months and get the sidebars about what I needed to do on different items. And I just have always appreciated your candor, but your big view for public education writ large in this state. Tabari, I'd vote for a third term for you if I could, my man. You have always provided great counsel to this board. But I will just say beyond that, I will always be thankful and never forget that you took extra time out despite your statewide and local duties to come to my kids' school, talk to young men and women at our school, share your story and your wisdom, and also stay for that performance of The Talk by Sonny Kelly, which I now wish we could see going on around the country. But you and Freebird gracing Enloe High School with your presence was a sacrifice in your time, but I tell you made a big impact on that school. So thank you for all three of you, for your personal commitments to this board. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me that moment of personal privilege. Board members, we have a long Student Learning and Achievement Committee meeting today. I just want to warn you. We will move through expeditiously, but I know many of you have questions and feedback on a number of these items, and so we want to make sure to give you time for that. We have 5 action on first reading items, we have 3 action items, and we have 1 discussion item. And so we'll begin moving through with our SLA1, our State Advisory Council on Indian Education. We have new member appointments, and I'd call on Dr. Susan Silver to walk the board through this item.
Good morning, Chairman Davis, Superintendent Johnson, committee members, Mr. Buxton, and Dr. Oxendine, and all of the board members with us today. You have before you today 5 nominees being recommended by the North Carolina Commission of Indian Affairs Board for a 2-year term, which will begin July 1, 2020. If you recall, legislation requires that membership include an equal number of American Indian parents and American Indian educators. I'll run through quickly the 5 members that are coming before you, and you have their paperwork attached to your agenda. You have Angela Richardson from the Hiawatha Pony Tribe in an educator position. She is being reappointed to a 2nd term. All other members, this will be a 1st term for them. Margot Howard of the Meherrin Tribe, serving in a parent role. Frank Cooper from Hope County, serving in an educator role, and he is Lumbee. And Margot Howard is Meherrin. Melissa Lee, who is representing the Triangle Native Association, who will be filling a parent role, and Rodney Jackson from Cumberland County, who will be filling a Title VII director role, which is another requirement of the legislation. Before I turn it back over to Mr. Buxton for any questions you might have, I want to recognize the outgoing members. They include Tiffany Pearson from Cumberland County, who served in the educator role, Boone Jones from Guilford County, who served in a parent role, and of course, Dr. Locklear, who served as the Title VI Director Representative and also served as Chair. I'll turn it back over to Mr. Buxton to entertain any questions you might have.
Dr. Silver, thank you very much. Board members, any questions about these appointments? Any comments anyone would wish to make? Hearing none, I would commend these appointments to you and would recommend approval when we vote later today. SLA 2 is a policy amendment on English learners' exit criteria. We have a recommended exit criteria on the composite score on the WIDA test, and call on Dr. Howard to walk us through this action on first reading item.
Thank you, Mr. Buxton, and good morning. Annually, students that are identified as English learners take the World-Class Instructional Design and Assessment, referred to as WIDA, to determine their English proficiency level. Results from this assessment are used to determine if a student qualifies to exit identification as an English learner. When North Carolina's original every student success state plan was submitted, we had an exit criteria which had been in place for some time of a composite score of 4.8 on the overall assessment with at least a 4.0 on the reading domain and at least a 4.0 on the writing domain. As we considered changes to the Every Student Succeeds Act state plan, we had much input from our English learners colleagues, both internal to the department and external through their advisory council, that we should look at this exited students' performance data because there was some concern that students who really were demonstrating in the classroom and also on the end of grade assessment that they were ready to exit English learner status. We're not actually able to do that with the criteria that was set on the WIDA assessment. So with that input, when we submitted the amendment on February 3rd, 2020 to the U.S. Department of Education, we changed the exit criteria to being 4.8 for all English learners in grades K through 12. In a conversation with the U.S. Department of Education on May 6th, we were orally informed that this has been approved and therefore we can proceed with implementing this change for the 2019-20 school year. This will be very advantageous to these students who did participate in this assessment because it was administered in February, so that our local educators can determine which students qualify to exit based on this new exit criteria. It is important to remember, however, that even when a student exits as an English learner, they still are monitored locally by English learner experts and other educators so that they can continue to receive supports and if necessary can be re-identified. So it is not that with this exit criteria all services are terminated. That is not the case. One aspect that we would like to also note is in the amendment that was submitted on February 3rd, we were also requesting to change the high school grades 9 through 12 English learner exit criteria so that students who earned a level 3 without using the read aloud accommodation on the end of course assessment would be able to exit if they had a 4.6 on the WIDA assessment. This again was driven by input, particularly from the field and the English Learner Advisory Group, who again was observing that students actually were not able to exit the WIDA assessment, but were able to be successful in honors classes and in some cases advanced placement classes. So we submitted this as well with the amendment, but this was rejected by the U.S. Department of Education because it was considered to not be consistent with federal law to provide students with accommodations as required on an individual education program, Section 504 plan, or the English Learners Plan. So with that, this recommendation is for the board to approve the change to State Board Policy Test 011 that changes for all students in grades K through 12, the exit criteria for English learners to be a 4.8 on the overall composite for the WIDA assessment, effective with the 2019-20 school year. So with that, I will pause for any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Howard. Board members, questions? Hearing none, Dr. Howard, one clarification just to make sure the board is aware of kind of the practical effect of this. This will likely mean we'll have, and you did, I think, touch on this, more students exiting English learner status, but they would still be eligible to receive some supports should they need them. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. And we've confirmed that with our colleagues that oversee English learner programs throughout the state. And absolutely, that continues, that those students will be monitored and those students, of course, could be re-identified if needed.
Thank you, Dr. Howard. Board members, this will be on action on first reading. Would also recommend approval of this item. SLA 3 is the Johnston County Alternative Learning School submission. Johnston County has submitted a plan for alternative learning program, and department has been working with them on this, and today we have Dr. James Ellerby to walk us through this item. Dr. Ellerby.
Thank you, Mr. Buxton. Good morning, Chairman Davis, Vice Chairman Duncan, and Superintendent Johnson, members and advisors of the State Board of Education, NCDPI team members, and listeners. I am Dr. James Ellerby, the Director of the Alternative Learning Programs in Schools. I am here today to present an alternative learning school application submitted by Johnston County Schools for Choice Plus Academy. My team and I have worked with the NCDPI departments, particularly accountability, along with Johnston County Schools, to prepare and submit this application to the State Board of Education for approval. Our work always begins with the state's vision, mission, and goals, and our alternative learning programs in schools mission is to focus on safety, inviting learning environments. Additionally, we aim to support schools with providing a rigorous education while developing individual student strengths, talents, and interests. Next slide, please. The State Board's role in supporting the alternative learning programs in schools is to adopt policies and standards which provide a description of the programs and services along with an appropriate process for student assignment and shared decision-making with parents. Next slide, please. Choice Plus Academy in Johnston County Schools will serve at-risk students grades 6 through 12. Their safety plan includes safety as a priority for students and staff. All staff will be trained in the community resilience model, restorative justice model, and as well as the nonviolent crisis intervention model. They will have morning and afternoon meetings that will reflect on academic and behavior goals. Teachers will greet students at doors with smiles. Calm and spots for students to re-regulate themselves will also be provided. School safety team, the school crisis team, and school resource officers will be present at the school. There's a comprehensive school emergency operations plan. Their assessment program, they've chosen the alternative accountability model, option B. Student persistence is 20%, student achievement is 20%, and growth is 60%. They vow to hire effective, certified teachers who want to be at the school. Their evaluation for the staff includes the NESIS program, and other staff development includes mindset changes, as well as the MTSS model and others. The evaluation of the program process and outcomes will be completed annually, whether it be progressing, maintaining, or declining. There will be district-based formative measures of progress. Parents and the community supports this school setting, and it was approved by the Johnston County Local Board of Education. Upon approval, Johnston County Schools will post and hire for a dedicated curriculum-focused, experienced turnaround leader. Next slide. It is my recommendation that the North Carolina State Board of Education approve Johnston County Schools application from April 7th for the proposal to implement an alternative learning school. Last slide. Are there any questions?
Chair Davis, this is Olivia. I have a quick question.
Sure, Dr. Oxnard, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Buxton.
I'm more than happy to be confused with Eric.
I've lost my ability to keep in the process, I suppose. Going back, thank you, Dr. Ellerby, for making this very clear. My question pertains to student outcomes, the bullet for student outcomes. And we have persistence at 20, student achievement 20, growth. Is that correct? 60, is that correct?
That is correct, ma'am.
Tell me, is this a formula? Is this in their grading scale? Because I don't think it is a accountability system. So is it the school's grading scale?
Yes, I work with Dr. Tammy Howard, excuse me, and Curtis Sonneman, their team, on the option B that they were proposing, and this is something that is allowed. The student persistence. Okay, that answers your question.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry to say okay. I'm sorry.
That's all right. The student's persistence really deals with whether a student is there from the beginning to the end, and if they transfer out, what happens to that student. So there's a score for that. And of course, along with our regular accountability model, student achievement is counted, but that's only 20%. And the growth piece is the huge part, which is 60%. And it's something that is permissible and accepted by the accountability department.
All right, so it's in policy for the accountability system for alternative schools.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, well, thank you for that reminder.
Thank you.
That's my question, Mr. Buxton.
Thank you, Dr. Oxendine.
Mr. Buxton.
Other questions?
Mr.
Please. Please.
Mr. Hall.
Please, Mr. Hall.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Ellery, Dr. Ellery, a question.
Yes, sir.
Students can opt out of attending Taurus Plus Academy?
This is an alternative setting, and there is a collaboration with the parent.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
What about for the high school student? I would assume that being a standalone, it will offer graduation itself.
Yes, sir. They are gonna.
Units of graduation for this particular school.
Yes, sir.
How many?
Dr. Hall, I kind of lost you.
Okay, I was trying to determine if this graduating student is a standalone, the Taurus Plus Academy, how many units of credit will they have to earn in order to graduate from Taurus Plus Academy?
Yes, sir. They will have to meet the criteria that is set out in their plan in order for them to graduate from that academy.
So the criteria, I mean the unit could be different based upon the child?
It's going to be 22 units, credits, excuse me. Yes, sir, excuse me, credits.
Okay. That's what I want to know, the units. And in order to be placed or accepted into the Taurus Plus Academy, what's the criteria?
First, to prevent long-term suspension, this will be offered as an option. Also, parents can request, if a student prefers a smaller setting, to be admitted to this program.
Can the school recommend?
And the school could recommend, yes. But there is a collaboration with the parent in order to transition.
I'm sorry, go ahead, sir. I'm sorry.
No, sir, I'm pretty much finished.
Right, I was just saying, some type of collaboration between the school and the parent for kids just not to be sent there because of, if you follow my train of thought.
Yes, sir, and that was addressed, and that is something that's in their transition process to include the shared decision with the parent.
Thank you, Dr. Ellery, I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Buxton.
Thank you, Mr. Hall, for the questions. Ms. White.
Thank you, Mr. Buxton. Dr. Ellery.
Yes, ma'am.
In other reform models or that are submitted with applications, is there a financial plan that is a part of this particular application process? I know that Johnston County Public Schools has been reviewing funding shortfalls, and so I'm just curious to know whether upon recommendation of this plan that the district is able to fund the program adequately? Is there any type of review process for that?
Very good question, Ms. White. And there is a budget within the plan that they've submitted and the board has approved that they can afford this type of school. And we are revamping the application to include more components, but through our collaborative efforts, Dr. Tammy Howard and I, the collaborative efforts with the school district, they see this as a viable plan to be implemented.
Well, thank you very much for that response. I'm supportive of Johnston County having the opportunity to move from just a program to an actual school and all of the components related to that. So I'm excited to see that they took the effort to submit this to us.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. White, any other questions from the board about the Johnston County Alternative Learning Program? Hearing none, and thank you for the good questions from the board. This will be on our vote for action on first read today, and I would recommend it for approval by the board. Thank you, Dr. Ellaby.
Thank you, Mr. Buxton.
SLA 5 is our last action on first reading item. Dr. Stegall mentioned this earlier. This is our summer jumpstart update. We were fortunate to have the support of the Government General Assembly to provide $70 million for our public schools to support students working below grade level in our early grades in reading and potentially also in math. And so I'm going to call on, well, let me say this. So what we have in front of us is guidance that Drs. Hemphill and Galloway will walk through for us. What we are approving today is the allotment policy that will go out, that governs the funding that will go to our districts and charter schools. So I just want to be clear to you, what we approve is the allotment policy and the allotments. But we will walk through first the guidance going out from the department so board members are aware of what districts are being asked to do to use this money. Dr. Dylan Galloway.
Thank you so much, Mr. Buxton. Thank you so much, and good morning, Chairman Davis, esteemed members of the board, Superintendent Johnson, colleagues, and stakeholders. As we have all worked to navigate the current COVID-19 and tumultuous societal climate, we will continue to evolve in the wake of new information, and we're grappling with constant innovation in our ways of learning and working across the state. COVID-19 is greatly impacting students, teacher leaders, district leaders, and communities, and its effects will, of course, be evident for the foreseeable future, which only spotlights the critical need for the remediation and summer jumpstart guidance as a way to reach students who have been negatively impacted by this pandemic. Throughout this process, my colleague Tara Galloway and I have had numerous and substantive conversations with leaders and stakeholders across the state about the recommendations that we are about to put forth. And the common theme in each of those conversations was conclusively that the academic deficits and gaps created by this pandemic will automatically and, of course, undoubtedly be in triage throughout this upcoming school year and beyond. We know that the realities around student deficits, needs, and challenges will continue to arise, and that the stakeholders who are responsible for our students' education, of course, will be able to accurately assess when students return and safely open the doors of our North Carolina schools. Knowing that there are still questions around how and if we will be able to do that in August, we know that the support for teachers and school leaders will be needed as they determine where their students are specifically in their progression of literacy and math skills. Educators will need the knowledge and support to provide evidence-based instructional methods to meet the diverse needs of students, and the funds will be needed to support remediation and to continue building foundational reading and math skills that are pivotal to this student's success this academic year and in years to come. We also have heard from district leaders, school leaders, and teacher leaders that the need for options will be either face-to-face, virtual, or a combination of blended learning models, along with carefully trained paraprofessionals, tutors, and coaches to support that work. We would like to thank our amazing work group members who represent superintendents, chief academic officers, curriculum and literacy directors, principals, charter schools, and internal DPI representatives. They have been amazing throughout this entire process, and we know that their added value and perspective and expertise, which represents all 8 regions of our state, public school units, and charter schools, was critical in the development of these documents. They gave their time and energy and devoted it to virtual meetings, mini task groups, research, conversations, and development. And without the cross collaboration with other school reopening task force work groups, we know that this work would have been impossible. As we worked with those leads to align our language and resources, we genuinely want to thank those work groups, our members, for their constant communication and dedication to this work. And last but not least, we are grateful for the support and value input from the State Board of Education, School Business and Finance, the State Superintendent's team, and our senior leadership, Drs. Emery and Stegall. You will see here in the initial guidance document that in accordance with Session Law 24, House Bill 1040, that this work group has worked to develop a draft policy, chart of accounts and allocation methods for the funding that will be used by districts to support students in their learning, clear guidelines with examples of district planning for summer learning remediation. We have created a unified approach and prescribed template for district planning and reporting, as well as offered considerations for tiered options with a longitudinal plan that will provide consistent support throughout the year. This is based on the DHHS recommendations for the start of the school year, and we have also created a work group flow and documentation with a statewide virtual information session to communicate those expectations, which will be at 10 a.m. on tomorrow. When we consider the remediation and summer jumpstart plans created by public school units, there are 3 accordances that we must follow. The first being that reading interventions for students who are in kindergarten through grade 3 during the 2019-2020 school year who are not on track to meet their year-end expectations based on diagnostic assessments completed prior to March 16th of this year. The second is reading interventions for students who are in grades 4 during the past school year who were not on track to meet the year-end expectations as identified by this year's reading teachers. And last but not least, math interventions for students who were in grades kindergarten through grade 4 during the 2019-2020 school year who were not on track to meet their year-end expectations as identified by their math teachers. So those are the 3 entities of students, and I'm now going to turn it over to Tara Galloway to discuss the definition, eligibility, and plan requirements.
Thank you, Mary, and good morning. As the co-lead for the Remediation Summer Jumpstart work group, we have worked fervently to provide districts with clear and concise guidance that helps to define their work in the path forward. As it pertains to the rationale of this particular work group, in North Carolina, K through 12 public schools, remediation and summer jumpstart is defined as supplemental summer learning programs for students who were in K4 in the 2019-2020 school year, whose learning has been negatively affected by the impacts of COVID-19. Summer learning programs must not be included in scheduled instructional time for the 2020-2021 school calendar year, but shall provide a supplement to that instruction in order to better prepare students for academic success during the 2020-2021 school year, despite the impacts of COVID-19. The aforementioned definition would then be applied to students who meet the following eligibility requirements. For reading K3, students who were in kindergarten through grade 3 during the 2019-2020 school year who were not on track to meet year-end expectations based on diagnostic assessments prior to March 16, 2020. For reading 4th grade, students in grade 4 during the 2019-2020 school year who were not on track to meet 2019-2020 year-end expectations as identified by their 2019-2020 school year reading teachers. For math K4, students who were in kindergarten through grade 4 during the 2019-2020 school year who were not on track to meet 2019-2020 year-end expectations as identified by their 2019-2020 school year math teachers. In order to help districts frame their thinking, our initial guidance highlights components that must be included in the remediation and summer jumpstart plan. A supplemental learning program for students whose learning has been negatively affected by the impacts of COVID-19 in accordance with the requirements outlined in legislation is the first component. The second component is compliance with the requirements of any executive order in effect at the time of the summer learning program, including requirements on the use of public school buildings and compliance with social distancing and other public health guidelines provided by the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. Number 3, budget to determine allocation of funding based on the requirements for funding outlined in legislation to provide a supplemental learning program in response to negative effects of COVID-19. And number 4, resources and strategies that parents and guardians can provide at home for students who qualify for a summer learning program and who, regardless of attendance, would like additional material. In addition to the information that must be included in our plan, our work group members came to a consensus on important information to note. This important information is critical in helping districts guide their planning process over the next few weeks and months. Number 1, no later than June 22nd, 2020, public school units shall submit their summer learning program plans to the Department of Public Instruction following the directions provided below. Number 2, the department may provide feedback as necessary to ensure that each summer learning program provides instruction and interventions as required. Number 3, each public school unit shall begin its summer learning program in accordance with its plan as developed pursuant to the subdivision and shall not delay the start of the summer learning program pending feedback from the department. Number 4, each public school unit receiving funds under this subdivision is encouraged to identify or prepare resources and strategies that parents or guardians can provide at home for students who qualify for summer learning program and who do not attend and would like additional material. Number 5, parents or guardians of those who qualify for summer learning programs shall make the final decision regarding student attendance at summer learning programs. Now I will turn it over to Alexis to share remediation and summer jumpstart plans funding.
Good morning, this is Alexis Schaus. Excuse me. There are in your materials, there are 2 documents. One is labeled with APM on it and is the addition to the allotment policy manual for the House Bill 1043 section .3.3.13, otherwise known as the Summer Learning Program or Jumpstart. As Mr. Buxton stated, the State Board is being presented this document for an action on first read. The second document is labeled, part of the label is recommended allotment, and this illustrates the distribution of funds amongst the eligible public school units when the recommended policy is implemented. So looking at the policy document, which is probably familiar to you, the format is familiar to you, it is the standard format as presented in the State Board's allotment policy manual. Starting at the top, public school units that are eligible are defined as LEAs, charter schools, and the innovative school district serving students in K through 4 in the current 2019-20 school year. You'll note that lab schools are not included, and this is per the legislation. The funding distribution is outlined in the formula section and reflects the legislation. The formula weights the total appropriation of the $70 million based on the percent of students that are projected to not be on track at the end of this school year. 50% of the appropriation, equaling $35 million, is allocated based on the 2nd and 3rd graders that are projected not to be on track. This is determined by applying the 2018-19 non-proficient percent of 3rd grade readers for each public school unit, and then applying that percentage to the number of students funded in this current fiscal year. This was determined to be the most consistent data that we have, and keeping in mind that this was used for a distribution method and is separate from the eligible students as outlined in the guidance that is being provided for this program. In a similar manner, that 25% of the appropriation is allocated based on the kindergarten, 1st grade, and 4th grade reading, and 25% on kindergarten through fourth grade math. In these cases, for instance, for the kindergarten, fourth grade math, third grade math non-proficient percentage was applied for K3, and the fourth grade non-proficient percentage was applied on the fourth graders. So in order to ensure that each unit has sufficient funds to operate a decent program, a minimum allotment is provided to every unit, and this minimum was determined at $16,500. This is approximately 2 teachers plus overhead, and you can see that this actually affects the small numbers associated with the individual charter school. The approach that's taken with this policy is very similar to the approach that was taken with the Read to Achieve summer reading camps that was approved by the state board in the previous years. The funds generated from each category are combined into one allocation, and then the unit is responsible to budget these funds to meet the needs of the students that qualify as stated in the guidance and the legislation. Looking at the special provisions, some of these requirements are stated there, specifically that units are required to submit a plan, and that is the local, the LEAs, the charter schools, and the ISD are required to submit a plan and an accompanying budget that shows how the funds shall be used for the different categories of students. The units are required to expend a minimum of 50% of their allocation on second and third grade reading summer interventions. That is not during the school year. Whatever that budgeted amount that they determine for that group of students, a maximum of 25% may be used during the instructional calendar, not to exceed past December 30th. The remaining funds, if the unit chooses to have remaining funds, may be used for the other categories of students and/or literacy professional development approved by the state. No funds shall be allocated to any of the eligible public school units before receipt and acceptance of the plan. DPI is not required to approve the plans before allocation, and the law explicitly states that the public school unit should not delay in implementing the plan for waiting for feedback from the department. However, there is minimum requirements of the plan that do have to be met in order to receive funds. Charter schools are required to have their school board, their governing board of directors, to approve the plan prior to submission to the Department of Public Instruction. As stated in law, these funds do have to be expended on or before December 30th of this current fiscal year. And the funds that are permissible for use are those that are in their plan, and it is not permissible to transfer any of these allocations out or into these categories. The remaining special provisions are standard provisions that we have put on all allotment policies funded from the Federal Coronavirus Relief Fund, CARES Act, and they do pertain to the requirements or the restrictions that are placed on these funds by the federal government, and is provided in the guidance provided by the U.S. Treasury. So with that, that is the policy. I don't know if they would like, Mr. Buxton, you would like to hold here for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Schaus. Thank you also, Drs. Hemphill and Galloway. I'm going to go to some questions. Let me point to a few highlights here, if I could, and just underscore some of what's already been covered. One is that I know we are calling it remediation and Jumpstart, but I think we should see this as an acceleration program for students who are going to be involved. The intent, I think, that is shared between all partners here is to accelerate the learning for students who may find themselves even further behind as a result of COVID-19 and learning loss, which has now gone further than a regular summer, and to come in and have opportunity to to work on literacy and math in advance of the start of school on August 17th or whatever the date may be. So it's an acceleration program focused on kids most in need. Second, I want you to be clear about the flexibility for districts to decide whom to target. The General Assembly was very clear that you have to at least target half of this on current second and third graders, rising third and rising fourth graders, but you could do more than just half of your funding on those. You could do all of it if you so wish. And also that there can be up to a quarter of that commitment put into the school year, not for use in the regular instructional day, but for supplementary instructional support, again, for this targeted population most in need. The last thing I'd want to say is districts can plan in accordance with public health guidelines for face-to-face or remote or some hybrid approach that is up to them based on what the situation will allow. But recognizing that that can provide some difficulties, there is the opportunity to work with the department on literacy training for teachers who will be teaching the target students in this school year, focused on our science of reading, literacy training commitments. The department would be clear about what the character of that training has to look like. So I think the department has done a nice job of building flexibility in here for districts while still ensuring that we have a targeted acceleration program in advance of the school year for children most in need. With that, let me stop and one, make sure folks are muted if they don't need to be on. Thank you. And second, get some questions on either the guidance or the allotment policy.
Mr. Buxton, this is Patrick Miller. I have a quick question, if I may.
Please, Superintendent Miller.
I heard your description of the flexibility and understand that to mean some of the funding can be extended for supplemental instruction during the school year as long as it's not a part of the regular instructional day. So I'm interpreting that to mean the door is open for after school and or Saturday opportunities as long as the funding is expended by December 30th. My question is that my understanding of that correct? And if so, is there anything preventing a district from waiting, not having a summer jump start, but planning to do an after school or Saturday program during the school year?
Let me make one comment and then ask the department to respond. We've got 25% of the amount you apply to second and third grade summer interventions can be used during the school year until December 30th. So yes, for that 25%, if you're looking at page 2 of the allotment policy, this is the B, 25% relates to the amount you choose to focus on with A, those second and third graders. Then yes, for supplemental instruction, the things you mentioned would be up to you and your school district about what you looked for in summer instruction. The department would certainly be ready to provide feedback, but not to provide approval. So yes, for that 25%.
I got it. I missed that piece. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, this is David Stegall, and I think you hit it very well, but the clarification is up a minimum 50% has to go to current second and third, which are rising third and fourth. It can be more than that, obviously, but of that amount, 25% of that amount, not 25% of the total pot. So we'll make sure that's clarified to LEAs and charters before it comes out.
Thank you, Dr. Stegall.
And
questions?
Mr. Buxton?
Yes, is that Ms. Camden?
Yes, it is.
Please.
Clarifying question and then possibly a comment. So when we get to the latter part of the summer and the Jumpstart programs start to actually begin, if we are in a situation where face-to-face instruction is possible, Is this saying that districts could still choose not to do face-to-face instruction, but to stick with remote learning?
Mr. Buxton,
Please.
Hempel has additional information related to the template that is going to go out to the school districts to do their plan, and I believe that this will respond to that.
Absolutely. So in response to your question, the work group has worked to develop the template that will guide that work. So when we think about the options that should be considered, of course, making sure that CDC guidelines and DHS guidelines are used to determine the best model, option one is face-to-face instruction. Districts would then look at, based on those guidelines, if face-to-face instruction is not possible, option two is remote instruction. Option three is for those rare cases where districts cannot plan face-to-face or remote instruction, then those funds will be applied to build capacity for reading instruction by providing training to K-3 teachers in the science of reading. And so for those districts that use that option, plans will need to be reviewed by the regional case managers and or the Office of Charter Schools, depending on that public school unit. And then last but not least, we have the option four, which is a combination of those models, which have been mentioned above. And in an effort to meet the individual needs of districts, districts could utilize that combination model or blended model. And again, those plans will be reviewed through the RCMs and the Office of Charter Schools. And of course, those plans and that option should align with standards aligned curriculum or high quality instructional materials, both in literacy and in math to support that programming.
Thank you for that response, and I apologize. I think I jumped ahead before you all were finished with your presentation, but you know, I just have to sort of throw this in there. I would hate to see systems use remote when face-to-face is available. I know we don't have any data on what the particular students that we're talking about here and how they fared with remote instruction, but I have to suspect that it was not terribly effective, and or whether they even had access to it in the first place. So I just have to say, I hope that face-to-face will be emphasized wherever possible.
Absolutely. And we have highlighted within the initial guidance document, you will see that options should be considered in that order, with face-to-face being option one. So thank you for that feedback.
Thank you.
Mr. Buxton, this is Olivia. I have a quick question.
Please, Dr. Oxendine.
Yes, thank you. I perhaps have missed this in the presentation and need to go read the report a bit in detail, but must a student take part in Jumpstart?
No, the opportunity needs to be made available to them.
Okay, so there is an opt-out on the part of the parent or guardian, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, that I heard yes.
Yes.
Yes. The other question is the CDC guidelines and the executive governor's executive orders, and being sure in the plan submitted by the LEA, those plans are consistent with those parameters. Does that also apply to, and my guess is the transportation of students? Transportation will be provided through our normal mechanism, school buses, right?
Depending on how public school units decide to put their plan in place, that is one of the additional components for consideration that we elevated within our initial guidance. So following CDC and DHS guidelines, districts will have to individually discern within their districts how transportation and nutrition supports are put in place for Jumpstart.
So that will be captured in the plan, the document itself?
Yes, ma'am. Those are highlighted under the additional components. So those are components that public school units are encouraged to consider. So that's including not only transportation and nutrition supports, but also family engagement, to your question about parents having the final call as to whether students will attend, socio-emotional learning supports, evidence-based instructional supports, and support for our exceptional children, and assessments and individualized plans to guide that work.
And within the plan, whereby the local school board must approve the plan, does the plan require some kind of assurance or certification by the local board that the facility is within the parameters of CDC and the executive order of Governor Cooper. I guess I'm asking, is there a certification requirement? Because we are, these students who will go into Jumpstart are going to be, I'm going to call them the frontline students back into brick and mortar. And we want to be sure that brick and mortar is safe. We want to be sure that school buses are safe and all of the above.
We had a conversation last week with our superintendents across the state, and they were encouraged, of course, with a plan of this magnitude and the urgency behind which we need to appeal to our students' needs to go through their local boards. However, that is not explicitly stated within the legislation, but of course it is good practice.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dunn. Yes.
This is Mr. Ford, just very briefly, and I apologize as well if this has been covered and perhaps I overlooked it, but suppose a student who fits the profile in needing to take part in Jumpstart not only doesn't have an acceptable rate of connectivity, but also doesn't have the availability for whatever reason to stay after school. Is that something that this plan kind of makes provisions for, but ultimately would be up to the local body to determine how they want to handle that? Or is there sort of have we created a condition to respond to the student at that intersection?
Absolutely, Mr. Ford. We have created the template and guidance with as much flexibility as possible, making sure we adhere to the legislative requirements. So what we have said and stressed within the initial guidance document is for those students who are not able, or for parents who decide that their students are not able to go, we are making that information, communication, and resources available for those students and those parents and families at home. So again, leaving that up to the local districts and their boards to decide how to reach those students, which we know that, again, as we discussed in the beginning, there's going to be some challenges that arise that and are elevated as soon as they walk through the door. We want districts to have the flexibility to be able to respond to that, but then also making sure that we can cover and reach as many students as possible.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Ford. Board members, any other questions?
Mr. Buxton, if I can, I also just want to stress that our regional case managers are not approving the plans, but they have been amazingly just offering their help in order to receive and provide feedback. And we love that because we know that each of the regions will have specific challenges and concerns. So we are grateful to our RCMs to receive those plans, receive that feedback, and then to be able to elevate any other extraneous questions or challenges that may arise up into our work group. So we have created a work group flow to provide specific feedback to the public school units and charter schools.
Thank you, Dr. Hemphill.
Mr. Buxton, I have one more question, please.
Please, Ms. Kamnitz.
And again, we all keep saying we may have missed this, but I would like to hear how the social emotional needs of our students who come into the program are going to be met. Is there provision for part of the funding to be used for that purpose?
Yes, Dr. Galloway? Or Dr. Hemphill, I'm sorry, either one.
Yes. We have included not only recommending and encouraging the public school units with those additional components, but each of the members of our work groups were assigned to mini task force. So you will find within your documents that social emotional learning supports are hyperlinked with further resources, further tools and links that will guide districts and school leaders and work to specifically respond to mental traumas, the emotional support of our students and our teachers, as well as state-supported links that have already been approved through the department. So for assessments and individualized plans, instructional supports, and family engagement, we provided even more specific resources for those districts that are hyperlinked within the guidance document itself.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Kamnitz. Thank you, Dr. Hemphill, Galloway, Ms. Schaus. I appreciate the thoughtful questions. Appreciate the the department's cross-functional team that's come together and also gathered a lot of feedback externally to put this together in quick order to be a support to districts as they put plans in place to help our students most in need of some acceleration going into the school year. Board members, we will vote on this action on first reading. And again, we are voting on the allotment policy and the allotments. And I would commend this to your approval. I skipped over SLA 4. My apologies. So I want to go back to Dr. Barbara Bacon for our 2020-2021 school calendar approval for the North Carolina residential schools for the deaf and blind. Dr. Bacon, my apologies.
No worries. Thank you, Mr. Buxton, and Dr. Oxendine. Good morning, Chairman Davis, State Superintendent Johnson, members of the State Board of Education. Included in your board materials are the proposed 2020-2021 school calendars for the residential schools for the deaf and the blind. These schools are the Eastern North Carolina School for the Deaf, the Governor Moorhead School for the Blind, and the North Carolina School for the Deaf. Just some general information about the calendars. Each school's weekly schedule begins with transportation on Sunday afternoons and runs through Friday. Therefore, there are 2 calendars for each campus, one academic and one for residential life. Each school attempts to align its calendar with the local education agency in which the school campuses are located. That would be Burke County, Wake County, or Wilson County. This year, the school calendars also reflect the provisions outlined by Senate Bill 704 with regard to the hours of instruction and remote learning days. The residential schools also have the advantage of increasing the length of the school day. This varies from school to school. We provide extended skills training during all natural occurring times in our schedule. The start date of August 17th and the requirement to end the school year by June 11th are also reflected. Along with other schools and districts, we are following the health guidelines outlined for the COVID-19 pandemic with regard to sanitation and social distancing during transportation, instruction, and movement throughout the campus. There are also additional considerations for the student population we serve. Students who are deaf and or blind can be isolated due to varying hearing and visual ability. It can be more challenging for those families and communities to engage and interact with our children. Our students can be viewed as high risk due to medical conditions and functioning ability. Instructional strategies for communication may reduce social distancing guidelines requiring additional PPE such as coverings and protective sleeves. There is also further deliberation regarding the residential component. Bringing students together from large regions and across the state to one location and returning them to home communities weekly could create more opportunities for exposure. Residential spaces and dorm rooms will need to be more separated and or assigned to less students. Medical protocols will be adjusted for doctor's visits and nursing services. And these are just examples of the planning that has been done to begin school on August 17th. The question of beginning remotely or beginning to bring students back to campus will rest not only with the educational guidelines and the work with the health and safety components of the time, but our ability to implement all of the safety measures. Thank you, Mr. Buxton. Are there any questions?
This is an action on first reading item for today, approval of these calendars. Dr. Bacon, anything else?
No, sir.
Thank you very much for your work on this and for your presentation today.
Appreciate it.
All right, board members, 5 down, 4 to go. We're going to move to our action agenda. SLA 6 is an item we heard last month, policies governing services for students, for children with disabilities and specific learning disability. We have an update this month, but it is on our agenda for action. There's been some additional public comment has come through that Ms. Thomas and Dr. Hoskins are going to review for us. Thank you, Ms. Thomas.
Good morning, Mr. Buxton and members of the board, Superintendent Johnson. We're glad to be back today to provide you with some updates. We did receive public comments. You should have a copy of that with our responses that will also be posted to our website. Based on the public comments that we received, we have made some additional language adjustments in the proposed policy amendment. And so I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Hoskins to talk about those in specific.
Thank you, Sherry. Thank you, Mr. Buxton, State Board Member, Superintendent Johnson. We really do appreciate the opportunity to present this action item today around the amendment for specific learning disability. As you indicated, Mr. Buxton, at the May board meeting, we provided the rationale for the original changes in the policy that occurred back in February of 2016, as well as the process that we used with stakeholders that included both state and national stakeholders to make sure we had the right proposed language adjustments to amend that policy. At that last meeting, we talked about what that process looked like, the areas in which we decided to make changes, and we now have the benefit of public comment that ran from the 29th of April to the 29th of May. We ensured that that opportunity for public comment went out via a number of different avenues. It went to our EC director and parent listserv. It was published in frequently circulated papers across the state. It also, I saw that it made its way to multiple advocacy groups, and I saw it pretty prevalent on social media. And so I do want to just preface before we go into this that as a EC division, stakeholder feedback is incredibly important to us, that the perspectives of parents, families, school staff, considering that carefully as we craft our policy is really the policy actionable and being able to be implemented with a high degree of fidelity in the schools. So we did a lot of careful consideration of the feedback that we received over the course of this public comment period. And with the slide that you see in front of you now, I just want to take a moment to summarize those responses that we received. We had 92 total responses over the course of those 30 days. With those, we conducted a thematic analysis just to see where we had common themes that emerged within them. And what I've included on this slide here are any of those that had 5% or more, or close to 5% or more of the comments that were specifically devoted to that. And so I'm going to go over these themes briefly to let you know what the comments summarize, and then also show you how that was implicated in any changes to the policy since our last presentation. So first, the most common comment that we heard, close to 10%, was around the definition of evidence-based. We included scientific, research-based, and evidence-based in parentheses in the definition. That caused some confusion, so I'll talk briefly in just a moment about what we did to change that. There were some comments around the observation requirements, particularly that we used the term information and not just observation, that some folks had some questions about. I'll talk through the definition of SLD, how we made some changes to that. About 5% were around a spelling error that we made. So we're grateful that that got picked up on. And then there was also some comments about the types of tools that were used to measure a student's response to intervention. So the first one, and again, the majority of the comments were related to scientific and evidence-based being used in the same sentence. And just to preface, before I go through any more of these changes, anything that is highlighted in yellow is a change that has been made since the previous board meeting as a result of public comments. So as you can see, we had some concerns from the field that using scientific research-based and then in parentheses using evidence-based after that conflated those two, and they do have different thresholds for the evidence that's required. We initially had evidence-based in parentheses to show that replaced the old language scientific research-based. And again, this is from ESSA non-regulatory guidance that we took this definition directly from. But based on the feedback that we got, we decided just to strike out scientific research-based intervention, just include evidence-based, and then evidence-based is what is included through the language throughout the rest of the policy. We had a number of questions around, as I stated previously, the term information being included in the definition around observations. The primary concerns were that using the term information might dilute the requirements of an observation, particularly those that were occurring during core instruction or occurring during intervention, to ensure that students were getting access to high-quality evidence-based instruction upon which to make a determination of whether they were responsive or not. We, after reflection and after reading those comments, agreed with that and decided to strike the term information from the observation requirements. Around the definition, yep, right there. We also, in our definition, we had alternate terms might be included under the term of specific learning disability would include dyslexia and dyscalculia, which are specific learning disabilities and reading and mathematics, respectively. We had several comments that the use of alternate terms might be confusing and might lead people to believe that those are not included under that definition of specific learning disabilities. So we decided to strike alternate terms, and instead of that, just say conditions may include to provide further, hopefully, clarification that those are conditions that are included under the heading of specific learning disability. We also wanted to, since we received this question last time about how our state definition differed from the federal definition, we wanted to provide that federal definition immediately after we provided our state definition. And I really just wanted to highlight the major differences between those two, which are fairly minor. There's nothing that we have that exceeds the federal definition. The two major things that are different from our state definition and the federal definition is we've removed psychological processes. The reason being that we felt that could cause some confusion around the policy's prohibition of the use of a pattern of strengths and weaknesses or a discrepancy model. That's a definition that was developed years ago, and we felt that term was outdated, as well as when you look to other conditions that may be included, there were definitions such as minimal brain dysfunction, again, that are just outdated definitions that are just an artifact of a definition that was created a while ago. And so we wanted to make sure that that was up to date. Finally, in terms of how we are measuring how a student is responding to intervention, we received quite a bit of feedback, technical feedback that I think came primarily from practitioners and school psychologists about the types of assessments that needed to be used as we measured progress. Previously, we had the term a general outcome measure that was struck out. Based on the feedback that we got, we decided that we wanted to leave that term in there. And the primary rationale for that is to ensure that measures are being used that can demonstrate that a student is making progress towards appropriate grade level expectations and standards. And without the inclusion of that term, that a student may be progressing but not necessarily progressing at a rate that would eventually catch them up with peers. In addition to that, general outcome measure, by its definition, also assumes that you are using measures that have good measurement characteristics that are both reliable and valid. So based on that feedback, we decided that we wanted to keep that term included under the definition of progress monitoring. And just based on some of the feedback that we received, I also just wanted to momentarily revisit just some of the primary features of the 2016 policy amendment. That amendment, again, prohibited the use of a cognitive discrepancy model, as well as what's referred to as a cognitive pattern of strengths and weaknesses for the determination of a specific learning disability. And instead, it requires the examination of a student's response to evidence-based instruction and intervention. As we explained during the discussion item last month, that's really due to just an overwhelming preponderance of research that has occurred since IDEA was originally written and the construct of specific learning disability was defined and originally proposed. And the research that has come out since that point in time has really determined that a cognitive discrepancy model and a pattern of strengths and weaknesses is not a valid approach to determining specific learning disabilities, that we tend to identify students well after the point in time that we need to be doing so, so that they can get access to the intervention that they need from an early basis. And as well as that, we're not necessarily identifying through that model students that would be responsive to special education or intervention. And again, I think that I mentioned this, but our policy continues to require all of the stipulations of IDEA that include ensuring that we are locating students that have a specific learning disability. We've gotten clear guidance from OSEP, and we include regularly within our guidance that the use of this process cannot be used to deny or delay an eligibility determination. Procedural safeguards stay in place, as well as any determination of specific learning disability still must include a full comprehensive individual evaluation. And we also have to have data that demonstrates that the child was provided appropriate instruction and that intervention and progress monitoring has occurred. But I also just want to stress that this says continues to require, because these have always been aspects of the policy, even they're aspects of the current policy as well, prior to that 2016 revision. And I just wanted to state again the resources that we've made available across the state. We've developed quite a few documents, white papers, fact sheets, tools that districts can use to see if they have systems in place to support the implementation of this policy, different ways that they can map data to the eligibility determination process, and the minimum standards that need to be in place in terms of a multi-tiered system of support that will facilitate the application of this policy. We've provided a wide professional learning through online virtual modules that have also included regional meetings where we've provided coaching support. And we've also supported the implementation of this policy since 2016 through our conferences, through institutes, trainings with school psychologists and other staff that are involved with the eligibility determination process, as well as the quarterly meetings that we have, both with our EC directors and our MTSS coordinators across the state. And so with that, I would be happy to open the floor to questions, and just that we would recommend that this move forward with the changes that we've made since the public comments.
Dr. Hoskins and Ms. Thomas, thank you very much. Board members, you have, excuse me, the public comments, the department's responses, changes that have been made since the discussion item to be responsive to the public comments. What questions do you have about this item for Dr. Hoskins or Ms. Thomas?
Mr. Buxton, I have a comment and a question.
Please, Dr. Oxendine.
Thank you very much. My comment is this: I'm very impressed with the keenness in the respondents to your survey to pick up on particulars in terms of the breaking apart scientific-based and evidence-based. So you had some pretty smart respondents to this survey. My question has more to do with why the department would not go along with or adopt the federal definition, and I would imagine the U.S. DOE does make that an option not to adopt the federal definition.
Yeah, so the U.S. Department of Ed just requires that we are not able to exceed the federal definition. This definition, as we're still waiting on IDEA, any reauthorization of that, this is just a definition that has outlived the research, I guess, and some of the terms that are included within it are just outdated terms. And so we wanted to just ensure that the definition itself didn't pose any opportunities for confusion for the criteria that were developed by the state, as well as just being sensitive to any terms that might be included within that definition that we felt were outdated.
Well, perhaps North Carolina will inspire US DOE to update its definition. It's amazing that they have an outdated definition.
Yeah.
And I would just add, I believe that we are in line with most states to look at those out-of-date terms and not continue to incorporate those in our definitions.
Thank you, Mr. Buxton.
Thank you, Dr. Oxendine. Other questions? Hearing none, this item is on our agenda for action. It was discussion last month. Appreciate the department's attention to the feedback from the field and public comments, and it looks to be comprehensively addressed. And so we will plan to vote on this afternoon. SLA 7, thank you, Mr. Thomas and Dr. Hoskin.
Thank you.
SLA 7 is our K-12 social studies standards adoption. Let me make a few comments here, and then I'm going to ask Dr. Carlin to walk us through. Board members, you may remember, I think about a year ago, and it may be in the presentation, I think it is a little bit later, but we approved moving into the development of the standards stage so that at about this time, the department would come back with standards that had been vetted through public comment in the field and with various constituencies, and we would then vote to approve them to move into installation and then implementation. And so just a reminder about where we've been. I will say I have heard from a number of board members as well as members of the public with some questions and feedback and concerns on the standards. And so what I want to suggest is that we're going to have the department and Dr. Carlin move through the process, the revisions process and feedback process and the standards, and then we'll go to board member questions and comments. This is on our agenda for action today, board members, and we will, at the end of our discussion of this item, revisit whether that's still appropriate or whether there's another approach moving forward. So with that, I think I'm going first to Dr. Carlin.
Thank you so much, Mr. Buxton.
Thank you.
Chairman Davis, Superintendent Johnson, board members, advisors, and other stakeholders. I'm Dr. Lori Major Carlin, Section Chief for Social Studies and Arts Education, and I'm joined today by members of the K-12 Social Studies team and the EPF Steering Committee. I would like to thank all of those who've been involved with the cross-divisional work that continues to take place to ensure that we have quality standards in place for North Carolina Public Schools. In particular, I'd like to thank Dr. Stegall and Dr. Mullinex for their support throughout this process. Both are here with me today to provide additional contextual guidance. I'd also like to thank our former director, Christy Lynch-Ebert, who began this process and who brought me on to work with this extraordinary team of educators. The social studies team includes Tom Darty, who joins me on the call today, Justin Knox, Michelle McLaughlin, and Felicia Sanders. On behalf of the team, I want to express our immeasurable gratitude to the writing and review teams from the field who worked together with us to craft the standards before you today. In April 2019, the State Board of Education approved for the K-12 Social Studies Standard Course of Study to begin the review and revision process. On July 8th, 2019, House Bill 924, which is an act to clarify eligibility for extended teacher contracts, to require completion of an economics and personal finance course as a high school graduation requirement in public schools, to clarify requirements for high school civic literacy, and to require professional development for economics and personal finance teachers, was signed into law. The purpose of this presentation is to provide the State Board of Education with the opportunity to review the standards revision process for K-12 social studies and adopt the proposed standards. Exploration of the standards has been ongoing since April 2019. Installation of the new standards will take place in the 2020-21 school year, along with, of course, the implementation of the required economics and personal finance course. During installation, support documents, including crosswalks, unpacking documents, glossary of terms, and other supports and training will take place to help educators understand and prepare for implementation, including developing local curriculum, providing training for teachers, and other activities that are part of the statewide implementation plan. Implementation of the new standards in all schools will take place in the 2021-22 school year. Our conversation today begins with an overview of how we incorporated the 4 stages in implementation science. According to State Board Policy SCOS 0012, for the process for review, revision, and implementation of the North Carolina Standard Course of Study, our process has been feedback-based, research-informed, improvement-oriented, and process-driven. Implementation is defined as a specified set of activities designed to put into practice an activity or program of known dimensions. With a focus on these 4 areas for implementation, we can ensure that all standards are developed and implemented successfully from the state to the LEAs to the schools and to ultimately impact student success. Our presentation today will provide information on how we've incorporated communication and visibility, as well as research and evaluation to inform recommendations for K-12 social studies standards. North Carolina stakeholders have been and are critical and integral to the review and revision process. We've been gathering input to the standards formally and informally since the implementation of the current standards, which took place in the 2012-13 school year. Teams of writers and reviewers have been working with the current standards, feedback from stakeholders, research from other states and professional organizations, and analyzing educational trends to inform the revision of the new standards. All new North Carolina developed content standards will be developed using the revised Bloom's Taxonomy, RBT, as the framework. The taxonomy uses cognitive processes leading to specific learning outcomes using clear language that can be understood by multiple audiences, such as parents, teachers, students, legislators, business members, and others. The Standards Review, Revision, and Implementation Policy approved by the board in March 2018 incorporates those 4 guiding principles which govern the process. This table illustrates some of the ways that research and evaluation were used throughout the standards review and revision process. During this stage in the process, the exploration, we used surveys, focus groups, and the data review committee to inform all aspects of standards review to inform recommendations for standards development. Key activities captured on this slide include ongoing implementation of the existing standards, assessing readiness with North Carolina stakeholders, analysis of data to inform recommendations, communicating with stakeholders through listservs, webinars, social media, and advisory groups, and of course, developing surveys. Through the summer of 2019, key activities included research of other states, communications such as a proposed scope and sequence webinar, a public survey, and continued updates via listservs, websites, social media, and other forms of communication. An application was launched for writers and reviewers to participate in the process. We had 37 writers and 42 reviewers who were selected, representing all 8 state board districts and across multiple roles. In July, of course, House Bill 924 was signed into law, which includes, among other things, a required economics and personal finance course, as well as a founding principles of the United States of America and North Carolina civic literacy course for high school graduation. An EPF steering committee was established, and K-12 social studies writing teams were convened. NCDPI convened a core working group to facilitate the development of standards and objectives for the economics and personal finance course, with aligned options for instructional resources and materials as required by law. The group created a project charter and began meeting weekly in September 2019. The group ensured the inclusion of all of the standards that are required by law and that all of the professional learning objectives are aligned to the course and provided to the North Carolina Council for Economics Education. Working in collaboration with Dr. Mary Hemphill and facilitating standards revisions, the K-12 Social Studies and K-12 Computer Science writing teams convened in September 26th and 27th in Raleigh. From September through the beginning of November, writing teams began the revision process for each grade level and course throughout K-12 Social Studies. The EPF working group created an overlay of existing content and standards with the standards and minimum instructional requirements identified in the legislation, along with identification of any gaps that existed. This content has been vetted through an internal steering committee comprised of standard experts and representatives for instructional design, graduation requirements, exceptional children, accountability, and other representatives. Communications such as an EPF brief and policy webinars to elicit stakeholder input and other forms of communication have continued. As Sneha Shah Coltrane shared with you in December and January, the new legislation necessitated a revision to graduation policy. The revised graduation policy, GRAD 004, was adopted in January 2020. In November, a stakeholder survey was launched, which indicated that 80% of stakeholders would like for the high school course sequencing to be recommended but not mandated by the state board and DPI. For the EPF course, a stakeholder advisory committee comprised of content experts, higher education members, business representatives, representatives of the North Carolina Council for Economics Education and the Governor's Financial Literacy Council, and others identified by the NCGA or NCDPI leadership met for third to vet the course content and make recommendations prior to wide-scale public review. From February on, the team worked with writing and review team members to revise Draft 1 standards. Draft 2 opened for public review in April, and after we received and shared those responses, Draft 3 was crafted. We had Dr. Lauren Anderson, a retired RBT expert, generously provided feedback to ensure that the proper verbs were used, and Draft 3 is before you today. The next stage in implementation science ensures that proper education and support are provided to practitioners. Once the standards are approved by the State Board of Education, our work to support installation begins. The social studies team has already been working on some support resources and making note of requests from the field as they come through the public review documents. We'll be working to fill any gaps in knowledge and to provide teachers and families with the resources they need to successfully implement the new standards. Some of these resources include the EPF training provided by the North Carolina Council on Economic Education, unpacking documents, crosswalks, and other supporting professional development. In closing, we've provided an update on the standards revision process in alignment with implementation science. We ask that the board review this work and adopt the revised K-12 social studies standards. We will continue to share ongoing plans for supporting our districts and charters in successful implementation. It has been my privilege and honor to be here today on behalf of the 4 outstanding content experts in the social studies section and over 70 dedicated educators from across the state of North Carolina who work together to craft the standards we share today. I'm happy to entertain any questions.
Dr. Carlin, thank you very much. I appreciate your moving through the process. Board members, you have this PowerPoint. You also have a copy of draft 3 of the standards on the e-board. And at this time, I'd ask for questions.
JB, this is Dan Forrest.
Go ahead, Lieutenant Governor, and then this is Mark Johnson. I'd like to add something too.
I'll just be real quick. Thank you, Mr.
Please, Lieutenant Governor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say thank you to all the people that work so hard on this. There's a lot of back and forth and a lot of stakeholders and a lot of hard work over this period of time, and it's really come a long way. And I'm just really proud of the work just across the board, pulling together all these stakeholders and getting all this stuff done. And Ms. Carlin, thank you for all your work as well and leading this effort. And anyway, I think fantastic job for everybody. Appreciate all your support on this.
Lieutenant Governor, thank you for your comments. Let me recognize first Superintendent Johnson, and I want to go to Mr. Smith and Ms. Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Buxton. Thank you, Lieutenant Governor, for those comments. And thank you for this presentation. I just wanted to commend this presentation on making sure that we really show clearly how standards are crafted and revised under the state board policy that's in place. We know that while there might be a lot of back and forth in education on who's in charge of what, we know the state board is in charge of the state standards, and the state board is in charge of the policy that crafts the standards. As you can tell from this presentation, as I also want to make very clear, there were multiple stakeholders involved in this process that aren't even DPI staff. They actually lead this work, and that was a diverse range of educators across the state. So I also want to echo Lieutenant Governor's comments and thank those stakeholders for their input into this work. Thank you.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Buxton. And thank you to everyone who's been involved in working on this very, very important project. So from the field, in my conversation with social studies educators about the new standards, I hear appreciation that the content of the new social studies standards is more inclusive in nature, that it provides on-ramps for students to learn about multiple American narratives rather than just a singular story, and that educators have also shared with me their appreciation for the inquiry thread that provides opportunities for scholars to go deep in areas of personal interest. Anytime I think we can promote critical thinking and intellectual curiosity, differentiation for scholars, we should do so. And so I applaud the work that was done as we've realigned our social studies standards to provide for inquiry. I do also hear a growing body of concerns about the new standards that can be loosely grouped into 2 areas. The first main concern is generally about the potential of these standards to actually serve as an effective framework for LEAs in a couple ways. I'm crystal clear that the standards are not the curriculum, and that LEAs will work with their teams to implement the standards by developing curriculum and pacing guides. The standards we're discussing today are intended to be a framework. As such, without more specific detail in the actual standards and guidance to LEAs about how the standards can be translated into practice, we could very easily start the school year off with 115 LEAs teaching 115 different versions of American history. Social studies educators appreciate having autonomy in their classrooms, and I'm a great supporter of that. But these standards could serve as a better framework for educators if they were more specific in some areas rather than general. And just as examples, in the American history standards, the words slavery, Civil War, women's suffrage, Great Depression, Industrial Revolution, World War I, Civil Rights Movement, and immigration don't appear anywhere in the standards or the substandards. So the very general language of the standards and substandards leaves open so much room for interpretation that our LEAs will be left, for better or for worse, to construct their own American history instructional narratives. And so that's a concern that I'm hearing from some teachers. There's the second concern that I'd also like to lift up. And this leads to this second area of concern I've heard voiced from educators. It centers on the idea of implementation of the standards in practice. To implement these standards, teachers need robust implementation guidance. They need curricula, pacing guides, and implementation. I'm encouraged that this work will begin after the standards are approved today, and I would suggest that the implementation guidance is equally, if not more important to learning than the standards themselves, especially if we want to scale up and roll out these standards in August. So for all implementation guidance coming from the agency and from the state, teacher voices must be central to developing those materials and vetting them in terms of their effectiveness. History teachers are hungry for this implementation guidance, and the content of these standards is rich and it has the right ingredients. But a prevailing concern I hear from educators is that without more structure, content mapping, essential questions, unit outlining, pacing guides, and unpacking documents that are embedded into the standards, history instruction across the state could be very inconsistent and lack a united direction for our students. So I'm, again, greatly appreciative of all the work that was done here, and please know that these two areas of concern are only voiced to honor that work and to try to make it better. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I'm going to call on Ms. Morris and then Dr. Carlin, just since there were a lot of questions and comments embedded there from someone who's going to be implementing this as a principal. I'd love for you to have a chance to have some responses, and then I'm going to call on Mr. Hall and then Mr. Ford I have in the queue. So first, Ms. Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Buxton. First, I would also like to just extend a gratitude and a thank you to Dr. Mullenix, Dr. Carlin, and your whole team for doing such a great job of having a robust plan that really pulls in all of the different voices and stakeholders into creating these standards. It is noted and appreciated. I also want to second what Mr. Smith said about the implementation being just as important as the writing of the standards, and the importance of including our history teachers across the state in that implementation plan. That was an excellent point, Mr. Smith. My concern that I want to raise today is not something that DPI or the state board can solve, but it is something that is directed more towards anyone from the General Assembly listening, and also the state board to see if there's any interest in pursuing conversations with the General Assembly via Mr. McKinney or anyone else. I have a concern that was brought to me by a teacher that I thought was just an excellent concern, that beginning a new course, such as the economics and personal finance course next school year, it's going to be really difficult to do with all of the COVID-19 changes and challenges that we're going to be facing in August. That this might not be the best year to begin this implementation, and I recognize the standards will be the following year. But we're going to have teachers who really need intense training on the EPF course, and that training might be compromised due to the COVID challenges. And in response to the fact that so much of our brain power and our manpower right now, from the state down to the LEAs, down to the schools, is going to be faced with getting through the challenges of how our schools are going to be responding in August. I don't know if we truly want this to be a successful implementation, if this is the right year to begin, or if we need to consider postponing, just like the General Assembly postponed different things this year in light of the school closure.
Ms. Morris, thank you. Dr. Carlin, let me bring you in here. There have been some questions about implementation guidance, some specificity around the standards. This question about EPF, which I think it will be addressed on the timeline, but if you could respond, and anyone else, Dr. Stegall or Dr. Mullenix, if you need to weigh in on any of this, just please address a few of those issues, and then when you're done, I'll ask Mr. Hall and then Mr. James to weigh in with their comments.
Of course. Thank you. Thank you so much for those questions. The first one that I'd like to address is about the year of installation. Part of our timeline for getting these standards approved includes that 3-year rollout. So the first year is the exploration, second year is installation. And once the standards are approved, schools absolutely could start using these standards. But a lot of schools will wait for further guidance from DPI and those teachers who we work with to craft the unpacking documents and all of those really important guidelines for schools and LEAs so that we don't have, as you mentioned, 115 different versions of history being taught. So we are committed to the hard work that comes next in developing all of those support documents so that teachers in the field feel like they have everything they need to successfully engage their students. So that's why there's a full year of installation before the year of implementation. So schools are not expected to be using these standards until the following year. So there is time to develop these resources in conjunction with our teachers. We're hoping to call on some of the same individuals who helped with our writing and review teams, in addition to other teachers in the field who may want to weigh in on some of those resource documents. So that is a really, really important aspect. You mentioned a number, Mr. Smith, you mentioned a number of specific things that you didn't see in the American History course. Those are exactly the kind of things that will appear in some support documents. So those are content examples, and those were a part of our Draft 2 standards. We heard from the field that people wanted to know exactly what these sort of general standards, what they would look like specifically. And so to answer that request, we provided some content examples, and those are the areas where you'll see those connections. That said, these standards, as you know, are conceptual, and we rely on teacher discretion to make the connections that are most valuable to their students in delivering this content. We feel very strongly that inclusion is evident throughout the standards, and we will continue to support that work. Ms. Morris, in reference to the EPF installation, that one is on a different timeline. You are correct. Because of legislation, it is due to be implemented in August. There is a an extremely robust virtual training provided by the council, the North Carolina Council for Economic Education, that is taking place throughout this summer that we already have, I believe, 160 teachers involved in and taking that course. The course is not required to be taught to students in their freshman year, just as long as they have it by graduation. So it's really an LEA decision about whether or not that new course should or could be offered next fall. But I do appreciate that concern.
Thank you, Dr. Carlin. Mr. Hall. Mr. Hall, do we have you? All right, let me go to Mr. Ford, and then we'll come back to Mr. Hall.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and to all of you for the presentation and all the hard work that's been put into it. I'll kind of frame my comments with an anecdote first, and then I'll kind of get into some of my thoughts and feedback. So, I mean, I think it's widely known at this point that by trade, I am a social studies teacher. I still hold my license in the state. It's the best content in the whole world as far as I'm concerned. That being said, whenever I do in my professional work any training or discussion, particularly around culturally responsive teaching, and as we know, as part of our strategic plan, one of the things we've endorsed in Goal 3, Objective 1, is to increase the number of culturally relevant, equity-focused resources for educators. And so for me, these standards would fall into that bucket. Is the metaphor of understanding history and social studies as a lot like a group picture. And so if we were all there present and there was no COVID, earlier in our agenda, we would have gotten together during the recognitions. We would have taken a group picture. And what everybody wants to know when we take that picture is two things. We want to know where am I after that picture is developed, and how do I look? And If you extend that to the way that we cover history and social studies, what we tend to do traditionally, and I think we can agree here, is we tend to focus in and center on particular groups, particular worldviews, particular ideologies, and we crop out other people. And what we do in so doing is we send the silent message that they don't matter or that their voices are not as important. And so as we've embarked on this process, I've been looking very critically the entire time to say, okay, how are we really bringing in, beyond just kind of, you know, the words, the critical orientations and perspectives. The second anecdote, I mentioned that this week was the 99th anniversary of the bombing of Black Wall Street in Tulsa, Oklahoma. And I think that's relevant because it wasn't until HBO series The Watchmen came out last year that a lot of Americans even learned about that. A prosperous Black community that was destroyed, right? And so to me, I look at that and I say, wow, that shows to me that we're not properly covering American history. We're not bringing in the stories, the anecdotes, the lived experiences of folks beyond sort of the traditional outlook. So all the words that were said yesterday about us working to absolve racism and white supremacy, this to me is a document that is a tangible way for us to do that. Now, with that as a frame, I look and I say, are we doing that in this process? And I can't say that in looking at whether it be the founding principles, whether it be the U.S. history document, whether it be the civics pieces, that we're sort of dislodging that centered and cropped out frame. As Mr. Smith mentioned, you know, race is not even, from what I gathered in these even mentioned, but involuntary migration is. American exceptionalism is included as one of the objectives. And I know that there will likely be clarifying objectives and unpacking standards, et cetera. But for me, I see that these are a little too general, and also there's some bias that's still in here that doesn't exactly dislodge it. And frankly, it's hard to navigate as a social studies teacher where I would find these obscure instances. I can't look at the standards and say to myself, where would I find Black Wall Street in Tulsa, Oklahoma? Where would I find events like the Stonewall Rebellion? Where would I find economic policies when we're talking about economics and fiscal response? Where would I find redlining, right? And restrictive housing covenants? Where would I find the racial wealth gap? Where would I find competing political systems like socialism, et cetera, et cetera? I know some of that will be borne out later on, but it's just too vague, too ambiguous at this point. It lacks too much precision for me to give it, okay, this doesn't feel as if it's ready for prime time. And so I really, really want us to think about incorporating perspectives deliberately beyond kind of saying diversity, sort of naming, you know, the populations that the majority of our student groups come from in public schools, so African, Asian, Latin American perspectives. And so I hope it doesn't appear as if I'm diminishing the work. I'm grateful for what's been done, but that's my honest feedback on where we're at right now.
Thank you, Mr. Ford. Mr. Hall, you want to comment here?
Well, not me. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, thank you so much. I certainly agree with what my colleagues have said about it being more inclusive in the document. I've not read the total document at this point, but is this up for approval?
Action today, yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Carlin, any responses and discussion you'd like to have with Mr. Ford's comments and critique?
I'm happy to respond. And I wanted to quote something back to you, Mr. Ford, that you said yesterday that I felt was so important to our work. You said there's a clarion call to do right, to do good, and to be just in everything we do. And I can assure you that the teachers on these teams and the social studies section, we all are committed to that work as well. So our team recognized early on, as we conducted a review of other state standards and of recommendations from professional organizations, that it was absolutely imperative that we work to include all voices within the standards. So our systematic approach to ensuring that, even with the challenging aspects of history that must be taught, the voices of the minority and the oppressed must be heard in order for our North Carolina students to have a full and accurate understanding of events and what they mean to us today. So our approach to ensuring inclusivity was threefold. We began by investigating the language and format that other states across the nation use to promote diversity within their standards. We then shared this information and this goal with our writing and review teams prior to beginning any work on the standards. And finally, the public review survey for both drafts asked stakeholders of all kinds to weigh in on whether they felt there was true and accurate inclusion of all voices. One of our goals moving forward with developing those support resources and documents and guidelines is to provide the kind of professional development that will enhance teacher understandings of how to effectively incorporate multiple perspectives with teaching and learning. So we are absolutely committed to that work.
Thank you, Dr. Carlin. Mr. Wallace, you have a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Buxton. I definitely want to echo the sentiments of my colleagues, and I do want to thank Dr. Mullinex and Lori Carlin, and y'all did a lot of work in regards to this, getting everybody at the table. But there is some concern with the variability of the standards. The guidance will come from the LEA in absence of your action. And that's where Matt, I think, is getting 115 different directions during the exploration phase. My concern is during the implementation phase and making sure that we strengthen that alignment to make sure all objectives are covered during that 90-day period to a point of mastery and not proficiency. Because if we don't understand our history, we're doomed to repeat it. And that's why I want to echo the sentiments of Mr. Ford, as he so gracefully stated. But last but not least, I do want to make sure that we understand the hypersensitivity of some of these objectives of history in regards to our students and parents. I wanted to make sure that their voices are heard in concerning some of these matters. But lastly, teacher discretion. I heard that twice during the presentation, and I, for one, and I'm pretty sure Matt can say the same, and probably Pat as well, is that there's extreme variability in teacher discretion when we leave that up to what objectives to cover in depth. And I use the example of your charge as a state board to the state to make sure we take care of our babies, of grace and understanding. And I think I've done a lot of work as a principal to make sure that I educate my teachers and to make sure we understand that term and the construct and the definition of grace and understanding. I just use that as an example when we leave it so vague and so open for teacher discretion. We got the best teachers in the United States of America. But just like me as a principal, I do love guidance. I do want to understand what I am doing is in accordance with state standards and with the districts. I trust all of our teachers, but they do need to be guided. And when it's not coming from the top, it's left up to 115 different interpretations of what the charge of the state board is. So again, I understand this exploration phase next year, so that's why I'm not really going in. But the second year of implementation, I'm asking, please, Dr. Mullinex and your staff, Lord Carlin, please take that in consideration. Number one, hear the voices of the parents and the students due to sensitivity, and to make sure that guidance is steadfast and that we're all sipping from the same cup and we're all doing exactly the wishes of the state board and of our LEAs. But one thing for sure, in the absence of a test, to make sure that we're aligned, that each institution is doing the same for any student that just so happens, especially our military families, that has to transfer from school to school to school to make sure that we're on the same curriculum map and the same pacing guide so these students will not be disenfranchised.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace, and I appreciate the impact of our folks who are charged with implementing these standards with our teachers and with our children. I think your counsel is important here. Dr. Carlin, if I could get you back in to respond to a comment you made, or maybe it's the comment, I'm sorry, that Mr. Ford made, and I think Mr. Wallace just touched on it, but you touched on it briefly about the importance of the multitude of perspectives and experiences that ought to inform what happens in the classrooms and the perspectives of, we're including multiple perspectives. So if you could just talk a little bit more, as that's clearly an issue, that theme that I'm hearing, talk a little bit more about where we should see that or find that in the standards.
Of course. I think that one of the most important commitments that we can make is that our focus will be on providing teachers with all of the support and resources that they need. And that will include professional development and expanding knowledge so that teachers can can in excellent form address these standards and make sure that all voices are represented within their classrooms. So we are committed to providing those resources. I'd like a little clarity, if you don't mind, Mr. Buxton, on what exactly it was you wanted me to respond to.
You had talked about the importance of teachers addressing a multitude of perspectives and the importance of that implementation. I just wanted, for the board's satisfaction, since that's come up a number of times, where would a teacher or a district leader or principal see that in these standards?
Okay, thank you so much for that clarification. So the standards, as you know, are written conceptually, so they can include a multitude of topics and events and historical data. So what happens from here is we take those standards and objectives and we will work with teachers from the field. We will work with representative teachers from all of the state board districts. We will put out a clarion call for anyone who wants to be a part of this development to help us to craft some of the guidance documents where you will see specific indications of inclusive representation, where we can provide guidance that will then allow LEAs to develop curriculum that will be inclusive. So it's important to recognize that the LEAs will develop their specific curriculum, but our commitment is to providing all of the guidance, all of the professional development and professional growth that we can do to enhance what those LEAs decide to do within their classrooms.
Thank you, Dr. Carlin. Mr. Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Buxton. I want to thank the committee for this. I think this is extraordinarily difficult work right now for two reasons. One, we're trying to combine what has been two courses into one, and I regret that that's just having to happen. I think that makes the work much more difficult and lends itself to what one of Matt's comments, which was the fact that the curriculum our guide or teaching guides become extraordinarily important here. And in that regard, a number of things where words don't appear that one might associate with important to the history of the country. In this important historical time, I'm reminded by a very distinguished history professor named Dr. Francis Johnson at Davidson. And in the mid-'70s, when I was in college, or even the early '70s, he had a profound observation, I thought, at the time, and it's become much more profound. He noted that the history of this country during the 19th century, well, how do we deal with slavery? The history of this country in the 20th century was very much focused in no small part by how do we deal with race relations and civil rights. And even though he died in the 1980s, he predicted that the history of this country in the 21st century might well be driven by how do we implement civil rights and how we learn to communicate as a much more diverse population as a country. Some of that has already been played out, even though he has not been with us for over 35 years. History is a complex topic to discuss. And even what I just said from a distinguished historian might well be a thought that would be controverted or discussed or debated by others who are knowledgeable about history. My point there is trying to make history fact-based, I think is important, and it's very challenging in this time. History, I suppose, if you go back, has always been manipulated to some degree. Hence, we had the story that still existed about George Washington and the apple tree, which we now know was apocryphal, but it was one that we all heard as we were growing up along the way. And so it is important that it be fact-based, which makes the curriculum guide extremely important. My concern with where things sit right now is twofold. One, we're trying to compress something that's extraordinarily important for the understanding of all of our students into a very tight time, and we're doing a lot of it through convos to driving home facts, which are terribly interesting, I think, if taught the way our teachers are capable of doing it. And as a result of that, I think at the end of the day, we run the risk of having teachers in a very difficult situation. Trying to use independent judgment, I know, will occur, but the independent judgment that's going to occur has the risk of potentially running afoul of someone else's view of how concepts should be interpreted, and it puts, I think, a teacher in a more difficult place in this particular subject right now. And I hope we get to a place in our country where we come together in a way that we're not as sensitive, if you will, as to all the points in history that exist, but we're rather analyzing, digesting, and working from those points. But I think the topic is a difficult one, and I think the timing of having consolidated makes it all the more difficult. And I'm not sure that we're at really the right place yet. And I say that with great commendation for the wonderful work that's been done.
Thank you, Mr. Duncan.
Mr. Buxton, this is Olivia.
Please, Dr. Oxendine.
Thank you very much. We've heard many stories, and I certainly am one who can spend some time talking about the way in which Native Americans have been removed from American history. The story has been told in strange ways, certainly not the way in which Native Americans would prefer they be told, with truth, accuracy, historical accuracy. Just a few days ago, I happened to be reading a book. I picked up a book on the colonization of America, and I turned to many pages, but I just happened to turn to one page that discussed the first war between the colonies and the Pequot, and I certainly won't go into that, only to say it was revealing to me and troublesome, and I thought to myself, if I were back in the classroom, I would probably spend some time on this episode. At the same time, this country, we've made a lot of progress in the area of race relations, and we've had many discussions on how best to teach American history or how best to design social studies along grades K-12. And I'm happy that we are, I serve on a board that continues these very important discussions and mind-provoking discussions. I'm going to move to a visionary level for a minute and talk about social studies going forward in North Carolina, and standards and curricula and lesson plans and pacing guides and all that fall from standards in the classroom by the classroom teacher. So on a visionary level, I would hope, as one state board member and a citizen of North Carolina, a citizen of this country, a native citizen of this country, I would like to, my vision is that the social studies, the teaching of social studies begins to unite us. And it can unite us from various narratives and from various lived experiences. If I were a classroom teacher of social studies today, that would be my that would be my beginning point and my ending point, is that students, we're going to study some things that will anger you, and we're going to study some things that I hope will make you be proud of to be American. But at the end of this school year, or the end of this lesson today, or the end of this 9-week reporting period, I want all of us, whether you articulate it or you feel it within, to be proud of being an American. So I would say my final point, and I'm re-emphasizing it, my vision is that social studies in the public schools of North Carolina going forward will be the force that will bring us together as Americans. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Oxendine.
Mr. Buxton?
Yes, Ms. Cameron.
I just want to be able to say that I agree with the concerns that I heard from my colleagues today. So I want to say that from the beginning, but listening carefully to the concerns and keeping in mind our focus on equity and the reality of our world right now, I'm wondering if it's possible to take some time to maybe look even at, I'm not sure this would work, but at the initial first 3 paragraphs of the American History Standards and add some language there that might be clarifying and addressing these concerns as we go into the phase after the standards. Is that a possibility?
Let me give the department an opportunity to respond, and then, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to come back with a recommendation put on the table for how we move forward. But first, let me ask Dr. Carlin or Moenix or Stigall.
Certainly, one of the things that we have discussed as a team is adding some language to the introductory paragraphs for each of the courses that talks about how multiple perspectives need to be incorporated, and that the inclusion of these perspectives, including minorities, the oppressed, underrepresented groups, as educators prepare for teaching and learning, these things should get explicit attention. So we've discussed a statement that would be added to each of those introductory paragraphs, but this was not a conversation we had before we shared those drafts with the board. So that is certainly an option.
And this is Mark. I can also chime in from the department. Again, we'll emphasize these are the state board's standards, and we are following the state board's policy. If the state board wants to add anything to them, you have that ability. These are your standards. And then to the point on consolidation, it's also the state board's graduation requirements. When we talk about what a student needs to graduate from high school, that's also something the state board can look at. Because very few are actually legislated. So these are all conversations that absolutely the state board can have, and these are in your wheelhouse.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, hearing all this, I want to make a suggestion. I think we have a number of questions that remain on the table and some commitments from the department that appear to me to begin addressing some of that feedback. One is the language that could be added to introductory paragraphs that Ms. Kamnitz just suggested and Dr. Carlin spoke to. Another is the question about the character of the implementation guidance and unpacking and the kind of things that will help ensure that, as both Mr. Smith and Mr. Wallace noted, we don't have 115 different approaches to teaching history and social studies in the state. And so perhaps a greater window into what that will look like moving forward will help the board understand some of how that will happen and the degree to which districts will receive support on coverage. And I think we also have some questions about who is it going to be engaged in the multiple perspectives that will be engaged in that. So my thought would be that we would move this as an action item to July, give the department some time to bring back some of those items they've committed to, but also explicate a little bit more that implementation guidance process for the board. The one caveat to that is I have not received feedback on economics and personal finance. And so one alternate approach could be to approve those standards and ask for the social studies, American history, founding principles, and world history standards to come back in July, again, with the introductory paragraph language, insights, implementation guidance, etc. And I would put that on the table as a path forward for the board.
I need to clarify for that. I think that is fine, but the department needs guidance from the state board as well. And I know we've had a healthy discussion, but if there are state board members who want to be more involved in this, I really would hate for DPI to take just what was discussed today, go back to all the stakeholders across the state that have worked on this, try to wrangle all this in 1 month, and then come back to the board, but the board is still not satisfied with the board standards. So I would add that sometime after this meeting, Mr. Buxton, you get with DPI leadership and try to figure out how the state board, someone from the state board who's concerned about this, can be more involved in this process for the state board's standards.
I'd actually, with all due respect, suggest we don't want individual state board members writing the standards. I think to your earlier point, we've got professionals who are doing that. I do think we have some good strategic concerns raised by the strategic board about the language in introductory paragraphs, how the implementation guidance works, and the kind of perspectives that we involve in it. And I don't see that needing to go out to all the stakeholders we've already worked with. From what I heard from Dr. Carlin and others, we could provide a little bit more clarity about what that's going to look like and what that language could look like by July. If board members have other specific comments or concerns that they'd want to raise,
yes,
certainly we could put that into the mix, but I'm not suggesting individual board members begin to put pen to paper or fingers to keyboards and rewrite standards that have gone through a process. I want their questions to be addressed so they can feel comfortable understanding what they're voting.
Mr. Buxton, very briefly, if I could add to your recommendations, a strategic plan in that window of time for how specifically groups, engagement with diverse stakeholder groups will go forward. We're talking about being particular about being inclusive and talking with groups to make sure the historically marginalized perspectives are incorporated. Any specifics around who would be a part of that response group and how that process would be laid out would just give me a lot more comfort, beyond sort of language. I mean, I would love for Stacy to be an integral part of this as well. A deliberate attempt at talking to rural and urban educators, educators of color, to ensure that these standards, and just knowing the demographic groups that have been engaged would be super important for me personally, and would give me more comfort in moving forward. These truly have been vetted by teachers who belong to the groups that we're talking about.
Yeah, Mr. Buxton, you outlined, in my opinion, a satisfactory path forward given the conversation the board's just had, that we consider approving the personal finance standards today and provide the additional time needed to work on the other standards. I think this item so characterizes and captures the discussion that the board had yesterday. This is one of those difficult moments when we have a challenging situation that before us. It's important that we take some additional time. In fact, it'll take more than a month to really work through all of these issues, but an additional month on this particular part of the issues in terms of these standards would be time well spent. And so I think your approach is an appropriate one for us to consider when it comes time to vote on this item. And we will set it up separately so that this item's voted independently.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Carlin, for your leadership role and for your conversation with us today and the work you've done to bring these to us. Thank you, Drs. Monix and Stegall, for your involvement and the rest of the social studies and curriculum instruction team. We can compare notes after the meeting to make sure we're clear about the introductory paragraphs, implementation guidance, and the just some information on who else is involved moving forward per Mr. Ford's comments. I appreciate everyone's involvement and the great feedback and conversation. Mr. Chairman, thank you for entertaining that alternate approach today.
Certainly.
We'll move to SLA 8, which is the preschool suspension and expulsion update. This is an action item. We actually, I think all the way back to 2018 had an initial presentation on this item. And so this is both an update, but an action so that we can continue to move the procedures and guidance forward for the 2020-2021 school year. I believe this is Dr. Ryan.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Chairman Davis, Superintendent Johnson, members of the board, colleagues, and stakeholders. We appreciate the opportunity to update you with the federal regulations related to preschool discipline reporting for children ages 3 through 5. This has been a collaborative effort, but primarily between the Office of Early Learning as well as the Exceptional Children's Division. And at this time, I'd like to introduce the brainpower and the experts of the work, and that's Dr. Dawn Meskel from the Office of Early Learning and Dr. Nancy Johnson from the Exceptional Children's Department. They will provide a summary of the progress to date, as well as the IDEA requirements related to this guidance.
Good morning, Chairman Davis, Vice Chairman Duncan, and other members of the State Board. Thank you for your time today as the Office of Early Learning and the Exceptional Children Division come before you to provide an update regarding preschool discipline reporting. I'm Dawn Meskel, the Preschool Exceptional Children Consultant and currently serving as the Interim Preschool Exceptional Children Coordinator. Today, our team includes Dr. Nancy Johnson, the Exceptional Children State Performance Plan Coordinator, and Jenny Wilkinson, the Early Education Policy Advisor, to help answer questions related to their areas of expertise. We have also provided several supporting documents with the timeline of supports serving as a key historical reference of our related work. Our presentation today is intended to serve as an update for board members regarding the federal regulations related to discipline data reporting for children ages 3 through 5. As you may know, LEAs serve children ages 3 through 5 through the Preschool Exceptional Children Program, Title I, Head Start, NC Pre-K, and CTE, as well as other cross-sector partner programs. We will also share information regarding the technical supports we are providing related to reporting preschool disciplinary action, as well as guidance to support teaching practices related to challenging behaviors in the early years. Perfect. Equity in IDEA was enacted in December of 2016 and became effective July of 2018 for school-age children. The legislation will become effective for preschool-age children in July of 2020. These revised federal laws require the collection and reporting of incidents involving disciplinary action for children ages 3 through 5 served by LEAs in preschool programs. In review with the Rules Council, it was collectively determined that sufficient State Board of Education policy is in place to provide the authority for DPI to require discipline data collection for preschoolers, specifically suspensions and expulsions, in response to the federal requirement to include preschoolers in the disproportionality analysis. The legal authority cited in the North Carolina Discipline Data Reporting Procedures Manual for collecting disciplinary data includes a variety of general statutes and State Board of Education policies that establish the related reporting requirements. To support the new federal data collection requirements, we have worked closely with the Digital Teaching and Learning Division's PowerSchool team and the Center for Safer Schools to develop procedures and guidance. All demographic and discipline data will be collected via PowerSchool for 3 to 5-year-old children enrolled in an LEA program. An updated quick reference document is in development with final planning regarding attendance tracking and ECATS migration in progress. LEA data managers have been made aware of the current and upcoming requirements and procedures. Also, in collaboration with the Centers for Safer Schools, we've developed a preschool discipline reporting section for the Discipline Data Reporting Procedures Manual. This section is in its final edits stages. To support social emotional learning and teaching practices related to challenging behavior and discipline in early education, the Office of Early Learning has collaboratively developed and shared guidance. We have a timeline that reflects preschool discipline related support and efforts. We have the Early Childhood Discipline Practices in North Carolina, which serves as a white paper to address the issues surrounding early childhood discipline and how to address them. We have a guiding practices document that was issued last year to support the field in understanding early childhood discipline and best practices in supporting young children who use challenging behaviors to communicate. And finally, the North Carolina Preschool Pyramid Model is funded through the 619 Preschool Disabilities Grant to help improve child outcomes and opportunities for all preschool age children, but particularly those with disabilities. Our next steps include, with regards to technical support, finalizing our discipline reporting manual section and finalizing our preschool quick reference document, our PowerSchool, quick reference document. And then with practice support, we plan to provide an update and guidance for LEAs regarding the documents that I just described. And then finally, we are planning for our first data analysis in the spring of 2021. So in summary, to support the new preschool discipline data collection requirements, we have developed technical as well as practice guidance and look forward to providing these supports to LEAs. We are happy to answer any questions that you may have, and we do thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Well done. Board members, questions about this item? Hearing none. Dr. Meskel, Ms. Wilkinson, Dr. Ryan, appreciate your work on this. I think we've got a clear path, and this is an action item today. Board members that will vote on and would recommend your approval. Thank you. Last item, SLA 9, which is the quality reading definition of approval. This is a discussion item for today, and I just want to make one comment before I asked Dr. Mullenix to go through the presentation. It has heartened me to see all the great feedback on this item in the public, whether it's op-ed pieces or coverage in EdNC or emails that we've all received. It makes me feel a great optimism that people are focused and talking about high quality reading instruction and what it is to do to move this issue forward. I think it's a strong priority across the state, shared widely. And so I think we're in the enviable position of not having to convince anyone this is critical, but to be joining with everyone on just how we move this agenda. So in that spirit, I would remind people of a couple of things. One, early in our state board framework for action on early reading, the very first element was a definition of effective reading instruction. I thank Dr. Oxendine for that recommendation to put that into our framework, and I think that's been important to have a focus and an anchor for how we all move this work forward and how we talk about and think about this work and how we act on it. You may remember that following that, this B12 literacy committee was created inside the department, and one of the department's chief efforts was to ensure that reading was more than a K-3 conversation, but a B12 conversation. It doesn't start in kindergarten, it doesn't end at grade 3. And so I've been thankful for that broader commitment and situating the K-3 work within that broader commitment. And as part of that work, developed a definition for what effective reading instruction looks like as an umbrella B12. I think along the way, that definition began to get misperceived as the definition for K3. There was an intent by the department to come back and have a more specific K3 reading definition after we approved the broader one. But the department agreed that it would be good to fast forward that work on K3 to ensure clarity statewide with our key partners about our intentions and focus on effective reading instruction, not just in the broader B12, but also in what that looks like at different age groups and grade bands. And so today we have a presentation, which again is for discussion this month. We will come back in July for an action item that builds out our definitions and has some explicit language as well around K3. And so with thanks to the department for their continued work on this and this board's continued attention and priority on early reading and literacy in North Carolina, I'd ask Dr. Mullenix to take over.
Mr. Buxton, this is David Stigall. I know
that doesn't sound like Dr. Mullenix. Dr. Stigall.
Yeah, I'm certainly not as articulate or as engaging as Dr. Mullenix, and I'll certainly pass that along to her in just a moment. I just wanted to introduce the presentation today, and you hit on many of the points I was going to. As DPI staff, we don't write standards and we don't write the definition of high quality reading. Instead, we reflect the consensus of the 2,000 plus people, individuals who over 1,600 of them responded to a survey. We had the State Literacy Task Force. We had 3 separate stakeholder groups who met face-to-face, one in the west of North Carolina, one in central North Carolina, one in east part of North Carolina. And we've stayed in contact with these stakeholder groups. We present to you what those educators collectively asked for. As you know, we at the department, we reflect their what they need in the field. And so as with any statewide commitment, you're hearing opinions from many sides about what should and should not be presented. We aren't here to pick a side. We're here to honor the process and the request of those 2,000 plus citizens and educators who are involved. As the title slide shares, this is a B12 literacy for public schools, NC Public Schools. Literacy, again, as you stated, does not start when students begin kindergarten or end with any specific grade or grade cluster. I'd like to acknowledge those who have been leaders on this work, many of whom will be speaking to you today. Of course, Dr. Mullenix, who is serving as the interim director of Standards Curriculum Instruction. She led the B12 Literacy Committee and has done a tremendous job. Dr. Christy Day, who's the section chief of English Language Arts and Languages. She helped focus the lens on alignment to the curriculum standards. Ms. Amy Ryan, the Director of Office of Early Learning, who helped us maintain our focus on the birth to kindergarten needs and developmentally appropriate skills. Dr. Tara Galloway, Director of K3 Literacy, and Ms. Casey Taylor, who is one of the regional consultants in K3 Literacy, they will share the specific K3 reading definition and supporting documents, which is what many in the field and many online and those who've had a vested interest in giving comments, that was the definition they were most interested in, it seems, and we will give the K3 Literacy Department Division a time to share that and the supporting documents. And we want to also thank the many members of the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction's B12 Literacy Committee. A lot of work's gone into this, and today you'll see a broad overarching definition of which first serves more like a mission statement, very high level. You might equate it to a definition, this definition to kind of how you as a state board create overarching policies. Additionally, you'll see grade cluster definitions, which are more specifically aligned to the developmental appropriate skills and behaviors that teachers of those grade levels should consider. Grade cluster definitions might be equated to what a LEA or a charter school might put in as action plans to align to your big board policies. As we know, there's no such thing as one size fits all, so grade cluster definitions have some overlap. And when overlap occurs, the teacher, the expert, the teacher considers the needs and the developmental level of each student when considering what skills are necessary. So I will turn it over now to Dr. Angie Mullenix, who will discuss the purpose, definition process, and so forth. So Dr. Mullenix.
Thank you, Dr. Stigall. Good morning, everyone. I do want to reiterate the point that Dr. Stigall mentioned, that this was a highly collaborative effort within the department. We had representation from our various divisions within the department, and he mentioned many of those, but I also want to highlight that we had representation from our advanced learning and gifted department with Ms. Sneha Shaw Coltrane, and we appreciate her insights and contributions to this from the EC department and also from the IABS department. Angel Goodwine Batts from the IABS and Sherry Thomas from EC, and we certainly appreciate the contribution from all of those different divisions. As Dr. Stegall discussed, the work on the definition is reflective of a highly collaborative effort. The purpose of this definition is to address the State Board of Education's collaborative guiding framework for early literacy education. The definition is element 1 of the framework, which states, develop a statewide definition of high quality reading instruction. The process has taken into consideration all legislated and required plans and initiatives. It has involved cross-sector collaboration. It has included intentional and ongoing alignment of work across areas, and it has been informed by external stakeholders. Next slide. So as this graphic indicates, the definition has multiple purposes, and it is going to inform all of the guidance documents that come from the department to help our teachers in the classroom to improve their reading instruction. It is going to inform the educator prep programs, and it will really be that anchor across our state as we seek to increase the literacy instruction so that all of our students can read. We do know that we have a great percentage of our students who are not reading at grade level proficiency, and this definition will help us as we make improvements, which I am certain that we will. Next slide. The initial definition timeline was to have a definition to the state board in late 2019. However, in order to ensure adequate stakeholder input and to ensure the definition and its corresponding documents provide ample clarity and support regarding high quality reading instruction, the definition process has been extremely extensive and has extended beyond that initial time frame. It has involved the review of literature. After we had the review of literature, we developed a draft of the definition. We then convened those stakeholder groups that Dr. Stegall mentioned in the eastern, central, and western parts of North Carolina. And those stakeholder groups included of a variety of individuals, teachers, IHE members, and other representatives so that we could have representation from all voices. Then we took those definitions and we revised the definition based on that stakeholder feedback. We then took that definition that was revised and put it out for public review through a Qualtrics survey, which resulted in over 1,600 responses. We included a review from the State Board of Education Literacy Task Force so that they could provide input to the definition. And then we also provided further communication with those stakeholder group representatives that initially met in those 3 locations. Revision of the thank you. Revision of the definition was based on feedback. Further review from the B12 Literacy Committee, the State Board Literacy Task Force, and stakeholder group continue to provide feedback through February. The definition of high quality reading instruction was sent to the State Board of Education to give them an update in March. We further refined that definition with input and also from the B12 members in April and in May. And now we are at the point where we have an overarching definition and grade span definitions to include operationalizing drafts and the comprehensive plan for reading achievement for K-3, which Dr. Tara Galloway and Casey will comment on and discuss. And we are at this point now in June where we are bringing forward to you, go to the next slide, where we are bringing forward to you the preface to the definition. And that preface will be the preface for all of the definitions, the overarching definition, the pre-K to K definition, the K-3 definition, the 3 to 5 definition, and the 6 through 12 definition. Definitions are based on core instruction, and the operationalizing documents will help educators scaffold instruction based on students' individual needs. Next slide. So this graphic, it's a bit hard to see on the slides, but I do want to highlight the purpose of this graphic. Thank you, Deanna. You see there that we have the preface and the overarching definition, which I'm going to read to you on the next slide. But before we get to that point, I want to point out that you have the preface, the overarching definition, the pre-K definition, and the K-3 definition. We have not yet created the 3.5 and 6.12 definitions. Those are in progress. And I want to point out also to the right that you see those arrows and the word scaffolding. Though we have the anchor definition, which is our overarching definition, and we have these grade span definitions, that is not to say that all students fall into each of these grade spans. For example, if we have a kindergarten student, a kindergarten teacher, and she's teaching a kindergarten student, and the kindergarten student is not quite ready for phonics instruction, then that teacher would need to scaffold back to the pre-K to K definition to determine the point of entry for that student's instruction. So this is really on a level of personalization and ensuring that students are receiving the instruction based on their individual needs. I also want to point out that to the right, you see the comprehensive plan for reading achievement, which I mentioned Dr. Tara Galloway and Casey Taylor are going to discuss. But I also want to highlight that that sits between the pre-K definition and 3.5 definition. Though the comprehensive plan for reading achievement is a legislative document for K-3 literacy, that document is also relevant for those other grade spans. Again, that document should be the anchor that helps those pre-K to 5, particularly teachers, to understand the elements, the theory, and the instruction that should transpire to ensure that the students in those teachers' classrooms are achieving and making progress with their reading. Go to the next slide. Now again, to point out, I do want to read the preface and the overarching definition. Again, this preface is the preface for all of the grade span definitions as well. A comprehensive approach to literacy encompasses reading, writing, speaking, and listening, and occurs in a safe, nurturing, and culturally responsive environment. Learning to read is a continuum of knowledge and skills, beginning at birth with oral language development and progressing to the development of written language skills and knowledge of the world that continues into adulthood. Grounded in the acquisition of language, high-quality reading instruction is guided by the science of reading, state-adopted standards, evidence-based planning and teaching, and the ongoing monitoring of essential skills and understanding to support the learner in comprehending and engaging with increasingly complex text. Next slide. In just a moment, I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Christy Day, who is our section chief for ELA. But before I do that, I want to point out that Dr. Day and her ELA team has done a phenomenal job of providing support to the B12 committee, the K-3 literacy division, the Office of Early Learning, as we continue through this process for developing this definition and these operationalizing documents. And at this time, Dr. Day is going to go a bit into detail about how that has happened.
Thank you, Dr. Mullenix. Good afternoon. My name is Christy Day, and I am representing the English Language Arts team within Standards Curriculum and Instruction. I will speak briefly about the role of the ELA team on the B12 Literacy Committee and throughout the ongoing work of the definitions and support materials. From the very beginning stages of the B12 Literacy Committee work, multiple divisions within the department have come together to address the needs of the field in the area of literacy. This inclusive and purposeful collaboration is an important step in connecting all areas with the common goal of improving literacy across North Carolina. The ELA team's role has been to support from the perspective of the standards, the North Carolina Standard Course of Study for ELA, kindergarten through 12th grade. The common thread of the standards is seen throughout all of the work and levels of definitions. The ELA team is comprised of experts who understand the standards on a deep level. While we have consultants who specialize in certain grade spans, our team works together to support literacy across all grades, K-12. I would like to note that while this particular action item is to define high-quality reading instruction, the ELA team provides support to the field with broader literacy and ELA work. High-quality reading instruction is grounded in content, pedagogy, and standards. It's critical that this work and the definitions not be separate from the expectations of the standards. As you saw in the broad overarching definition, high-quality reading instruction is guided by our state standards. Standards state what students should know and be able to do by the end of the course or year. The ELA standards include 4 strands: reading, writing, speaking and listening, and language. In order to develop high-quality reading instruction, educators must understand not only what the standards mean within all the strands, but also how to transfer that into their planning, their instruction, and their assessments. Making sure that there is a connection between the definitions, the supports, and the standards continues to be a focus for the ELA team. The expectations of the standards reflect current research on literacy instruction. For example, the standards include expectations for phonemic awareness, phonics, vocabulary, fluency, the reading of grade-level complex text, understanding key ideas and evidence, and more. Once the preface and broad definition was drafted, the ELA team began planning for support. This includes reevaluating and packaging existing resources, planning for and creating new resources, and providing professional development on the definitions and supports. The goal of operationalizing the definition is to show what the definition says. Because the work spans K-12 and we are focused on the expectations of the standards, we have several resources already in the hands of educators. Our work has and continues to focus on assisting educators with understanding the standards across all strands and transferring that understanding into instruction. Our next step with these existing resources is to provide support on how to use them with other resources and within the framework of the high-quality reading instruction definitions. Existing resources include the Understanding the ELA Standards document, which is available per grade level. This resource provides a clarification of the standards, aligned in the classroom ideas, and a glossary. North Carolina educators have created standards-aligned example lesson plans that very explicitly target the expectations of the standards. One last existing resource that I would like to highlight is the Adolescent Literacy Guide. Based on the IES Guide, Improving Adolescent Literacy, Effective Classroom and Intervention Practices, the secondary ELA consultants, in consultation with members of the Exceptional Children's Division Program Improvement and Professional Development Team, developed a teacher-friendly resource that connects theory to classroom practice. ELA's Adolescent Literacy Guide provides teachers with guidance and resources for the research-based recommendations found within the IES Guide. The image on this PowerPoint slide provides a brief snapshot of a new resource, Formative Assessment Through Learning Progressions, that the ELA team is currently creating. This document breaks down each ELA standard into a learning progression of skills. Using classroom formative assessment, teachers determine where each student is on their path to mastering of the standard. If the student falls within that scaffold column for that skill, the teacher has a concrete look at what a student needs in order to move forward with the standard. To support teachers with scaffolding, the team is concurrently creating a scaffolding document that lists common potential roadblocks and standards-aligned scaffolding ideas connected to those roadblocks on their way to reading, writing, and speaking proficiently. If the student falls within the reinforced column with that skill, the teacher focuses on continued practice of this skill with more complex text throughout the year. If the student falls within the extend column, the teacher plans for advanced learning and extension. The ELA team plans to provide professional development on formative assessment, scaffolding, and these support documents. I am followed by Ms. Amy Ryan, Director of the Office of Early Learning. She will discuss the pre-KK, grade band definition, and additional supporting documents.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Once the B12 committee had established the overarching definition of high quality reading, the Office of Early Learning began to develop the initial draft of the pre-K to K grade band definition. After sharing the draft with members of the Curriculum and Instruction Team, EC, and K-3 Literacy divisions for feedback, we updated the draft to the definition provided for you today. Learning to read is a continuum beginning with oral language at birth and progressing through the preschool years. Young children develop receptive and expressive language skills through intentional, rich conversations which build phonological awareness and text interactions to promote knowledge of the alphabetic principle and common concepts of print with caring adults during daily activities across settings and contexts. Please note that we currently are working on a document with the operational definitions for the bolded vocabulary. In mid-April, we identified working members from across each of these divisions to begin the next phase of our work as we begin to organize the pre-K to K inside the classroom resources. After the initial overview meeting on April the 12th, we shared our deployment plan timeline and how the members will be involved as we work through several phases. In phase one, we asked the working team members to share any resources they have as they begin to focus on alignment between the North Carolina foundations used by most preschools and DPI Standard Course of Study, ELA, and Reading Focus. After finalizing the format, the team decided to begin with unpacking the foundation's core standards, starting with a group from within the OEL division, since this was a new task. We are currently in our final vetting process, and once this has been completed, we will move to phase two, where we will share the draft with our extended team members to gather feedback as we work to consider tier planning resources. During phase one, we have also had weekly check-ins with the ELA curriculum team and Dr. Mullinex to monitor alignment and guidance. In the last 5 weeks, the Office of Early Learning has created our first draft version of the unpacking resource for the North Carolina Foundation's Language Development and Communication Standards, goals 8 through 12. These goals and the assigned indicators within each area were selected as part of phase one, operationalizing resources, because they were actually aligned closest to the North Carolina kindergarten reading and ELS standards. These goals provide guidance for teachers as they prepare older preschoolers with developmentally appropriate skills in order to become successful readers upon transitioning to kindergarten. The primary goal of the unpacking resource is to support teachers and educators to further understand what each skill may look like if observed in the classroom, including the teacher and the learner's actions, as well as how to monitor and check for understanding. Board members have a draft copy of this document, and this draft will also be shared for additional input the first week in June with the remaining working team members as we continue into phase two. In phase two, will involve providing the core drafts with the extended working team members for input. We'll also continue to develop a resource toolkit for the unpacking document, provide further clarification for the vocabulary within the pre-KK definition, and then to develop general effective evidence-based best practices and strategies to support the field as it pertains to pre-K to K classroom environments. Once this work has been completed, the team will move forward with the same process for other LDC goals aligned to written oral communication that support reading as well as ongoing stakeholder feedback. And at this time, I would like to turn it over to Dr. Tara Galloway, who will share K-3 literacy update.
Good afternoon. This is Tara Galloway, Director of K-3 Literacy. I want to thank you for this opportunity to share our work, and above all, thank you for our partnership. You have made a bold commitment to changing reading outcomes for students in North Carolina, starting with the strategic plan, the collaborative guiding framework, and the task force whose recommendations you approved yesterday. There are ubiquitous practices across our state that are well-intentioned but ineffectual. These practices have shown to be even more harmful for our Black and Brown young scholars, which is why I see changing these practices as our duty if we are serious about equity. In order for us to actually change these instructional practices, we need to be bold and explicit in our expectations of teachers and their instruction. If I asked any room full of people, how do children learn to read? I would get a variety of answers. One of the answers might be, every student learns to read differently, right? And it sounds like a good answer. However, the science is clear. Students learn to read proficiently in only one way, proficient readers are able to decode unfamiliar words and have the ability to remember the words they read. Strategies and practices are used in classrooms across the nation and across North Carolina that look satisfactory and feel comfortable, but lack evidence. You may have seen or even used some of these, such as the eagle eye, where scholars are taught to look at the picture, or Skippy Frog, where young scholars are taught to skip the tricky word, read to the end, and then go back and try again. Or Sight Word List, for young scholars to memorize 10 words a week until they reach 100. All of those sound feasible, and they are being used widely with good intentions, but there is absolutely no research to support the use of them. Strategies that promote guessing take our scholars away from the precise spelling patterns within the words and hinders the progression of proficient reading. Focusing on getting scholars to memorize words takes away the attention from the need to intensify our focus on phonemes and morphemes that represent them. There's a limit to how many sight words a child can memorize, but if they learn to orthographically map these words, the number is endless. But reading does not stop there. Teaching children to effectively decode builds the student's capacity to be able to achieve the ultimate goal of accessing rich, complex text and knowledge of the world. Having a clear understanding is the first step in the change process. We aim to get to a place in North Carolina where if I ask a room full of educators, how do children learn to read? The answer for the question will be, the way children learn to read is the same for all young scholars. And we use the instructional practices based on the science of reading that are effective for all. Literacy is a civil right. We see the potential to improve reading instruction at scale, and we are ready to move forward with tangible steps districts can take to do so with our support. Vastly improved reading outcomes are within reach. I am very proud of my team's collaborative work with internal divisions and external stakeholders to ensure that every educator has the knowledge, the tools, and the support to advance high-quality reading instruction in every classroom, with the K-3 Literacy Comprehensive Plan for Reading Achievement as the guiding light. Once we begin to move into an implementation stage after approval, we stand ready to illuminate the path with the series of training opportunities currently in development. I would like to introduce you to my consultant, Casey Sullivan Taylor, who has led this work. She came to us as an assistant state literacy coordinator and original team member of the Mississippi Literacy Initiative. She has credible boots on the ground experience, creating change in impoverished districts crippled by the epidemic of educational disparity in Mississippi. She has led our team through poring over the most compelling research on how children actually learn to read and outline the practices that can break through the inequities in instruction, change trajectories of students, and help to deliver on the promise of literacy for all. We now have the opportunity to be a leader nationally, and the time, more than ever, is now. Casey?
Thank you, Dr. Galloway. I am honored and grateful for this opportunity to address the board and share an overview of the K-3 Literacy Comprehensive Plan for Reading Achievement. I would also like to thank the members of the cross-divisional team, which have worked very hard to develop a user-friendly, interactive resource to support educators and stakeholders as we seek to improve early literacy outcomes. We are excited to share an overview of this plan with you today. At the beginning of the work, as our collaborative team discussed the task and goals, we agreed that empirical research and evidence-based practices must be the driving force and the foundation to guide all content and recommendations. Therefore, you will notice throughout there are citations in the plan which identify both seminal and current research on which the contents and recommendations are founded. I am confident you will also find this plan aligns with the recommendations presented yesterday by the North Carolina State Board of Education Literacy Task Force. A challenge our team faced was the need to be both thorough and provide clear guidance without overwhelming the audience. In an effort to meet the challenge of the plan to be both concise and thorough, we have included interactive media and links to internal and external resources, allowing all stakeholders to expand their knowledge further. This comprehensive document focuses on bridging the gap between research and classroom practice to improve literacy outcomes for students and facilitate grade-level reading. The first section is dedicated to research, implementation, and instructional practice. The appendices include educator-friendly resources, followed by a glossary and references. Okay, the process for this plan entailed developing both a writing and a reviewing team. The K-3 Literacy Division was responsible for most of the writing, but we are so thankful for our cross-divisional representatives throughout DPI who contributed to the reviewing process, and this collaborative team helped us achieve the best outcome, gave wonderful feedback throughout the process that allowed us to make edits and improvements to address the needs and concerns of many divisions. The writing and reviewing process included also the participation of stakeholders from across the state, which included parents, educators, literacy leaders, DPI representatives, the SBE Literacy Task Force, and the B12 Literacy Steering Committee members and national experts. So the question is, why do we need a plan to serve as the guiding light and illuminate practices for teachers, school leaders, and district leaders for local system changes, instructional shifts, and direct support? All young scholars deserve to learn to read. 4 out of 10 did not meet grade level proficiency during the 2018-2019 school year. This means over 50,000 third grade students were not proficient in reading. The upcoming slides will show you how we will change the trajectory and ensure equity for all students in learning to read. Could we move forward to the transformative equity practice slide? Thank you. The cross-divisional team came together. So the slide number is 23, the transformative equity practices. What will transform practices for literacy to affect all learners? This team together developed this plan to write guiding principles which would inform the development of the comprehensive plan for reading achievement. Our team quickly acknowledged that referring to them as guiding principles would be insufficient because literacy is a social justice and equity issue. Our beliefs are transformative equity practices which undergird not only effective but sustainable actions for literacy achievement affecting all learners. Diversity, high expectations, the science of reading, differentiation, and multi-tiered systems of support are motivating factors and play a key role within each transformative equity practice. In order to motivate change, ensuring all learners receive the literacy instruction they are entitled to, there must be a deeply rooted understanding of the following pivotal beliefs. First, literacy is foundational for all learning. This belief encompasses the essential foundational skills and high-quality, explicit, systematic instruction aligned to the science of developing a reading brain. Second, differentiated professional learning must be included in order to promote the development of knowledge about literacy instruction and provide guidance on the instructional practices deemed necessary to advance literacy achievement. This belief spans from pre-service educators to administrators and is layered with professional development, coaching, and constructive feedback. Finally, evidence-based decision-making is the intricate detail that steers the progress of any literacy initiative. Progress cannot be left to chance and must be approached with a data-informed mindset. These transformative equity practices provide the framework for strategic changes which are advantageous to all learners. How can we ensure all scholars receive instruction to demonstrate grade-level reading proficiency? Many children do not learn to read even when exposed to books and language. If we don't align instruction with cognitive science, students will struggle and fall behind. And our most vulnerable students are at greatest risk. Research is clear that human brains are not wired to learn to read. The science of reading refers to a body of research compiled over many decades demonstrating how the brain learns to read and is rewired in the process. All learners benefit from instruction aligned to the science of reading. Learning to read seems easy to about 5% of students. However, they still benefit from instruction aligned to cognitive science, whereas 20 to 30% of students will find reading to be a formidable challenge, and they require instruction aligned to the science of reading to be successful. In order to ensure equity, literacy instruction must be aligned with cognitive science. David Kilpatrick has said, "We teach in many different ways. Their brains read proficiently in just one way." Dr. Stanislaw Dehaene, a leading researcher into brain science, reports it is simply not true that there are hundreds of ways to learn to read. When it comes to reading, we all have roughly the same brain that imposes the same constraints and the same learning sequence. Therefore, all students will benefit if we deliver direct, explicit, systematic, sequential, cumulative reading instruction to mastery.
Ms. Taylor,
Yes.
Mr. Buxton, JB, if we could, we're getting up against it on the clock now with biz ops still to go. If we could move down to the definition, where you could hit a few highlights on your way to the definition, and then given that we're a discussion item this month and board members have the presentation, if we want to come back in July and hit any of the slides we missed, which I think have really important information, I just don't want to run out of time to make sure we do the definition. Thank you.
Yes, sir. I appreciate your guidance. So beginning with the definition, this definition of high quality reading instruction affirms evidence-based practices and is foundational to establishing a shared understanding and consistent statewide message. With guidance and support from education stakeholders throughout North Carolina and beyond, this definition was created to inform best practices in reading instruction supported by the evolving evidence base. The definition reads, "A comprehensive approach to literacy encompasses reading, writing, speaking, and listening, and occurs in a safe, nurturing, and culturally responsive environment. Learning to read is a continuum of knowledge and skills, beginning at birth with oral language development and progressing to the development of written language skills and knowledge of the world that continues into adulthood. High-quality reading instruction is grounded in the current science of reading regarding the acquisition of language, which includes syntax, semantics, morphology, and pragmatics, phonological and phonemic awareness, accurate and efficient word identification and spelling, word knowledge, and comprehension. It is guided by state-adopted standards and informed by data so that instruction can be differentiated to meet the needs of individual students. High-quality reading instruction includes explicit, systematic phonics instruction, allowing all students to master letter-sound relations so that they can understand the meaning of increasingly complex text." So where do we find grade level recommendations for implementing evidence-based instructional practices aligned to the science of reading? IES developed a foundational skills to support reading for understanding in kindergarten through third grade practice guide for What Works Clearinghouse. And this is the foundation of our recommendations for evidence-based practices. Who is the driving force behind reading achievement? It must be said that all educators and stakeholders play an important role in reading achievement. We've also considered standards and assessment as crucial pieces that lay a foundation to guide instruction. When can we reach our goal to have every young scholar in North Carolina reading at or above grade level by the end of third grade? Reapproaching reading instruction begins now with the Comprehensive Plan for Reading Achievement as the guiding light to illuminate transformative equity practices and create positive change in student outcomes until every child is a reader. I extend my sincere appreciation for the honor of sharing the work of our dedicated, collaborative, and cross-divisional team, and we are truly excited about the future of literacy in North Carolina. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor, and apologies for having to move you through. If there are items that you would like to highlight when we come back together in July, I would certainly welcome the opportunity to have you cover some of those when we're not up against the clock. This is a outstanding resource on early reading for this board in this state. Board members, given that this is a discussion item, unless there is something really burning that folks want to ask about, we will come back in July to consider this. We will look at the broad set of definitions, the K-3 definition, and on up the grade levels. One thing to note, if you had a moment of deja vu as Ms. Taylor was reading through the K-3 definition of high quality reading instruction, it's because you heard Dr. Clark reading through that definition yesterday as well. And so we've got great alignment between our stakeholders who've been informing the work with our state board and department. I think we are moving into a great place on this definition and our continued focus on literacy. And I would ask, if there are no burning questions, that we go ahead and push our discussion to July when we come back for action. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, that is the end of the SLA agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Buxton. Let's take a break until 1 o'clock. We'll reconvene at 1 for our BizUp committee. We're on break. Dr. Townsend Smith, do we have a quorum?
Yes, sir. We have a quorum. We're good to go.
All right, so we're back in session and we'll move to our next committee, which is Business Systems Operations, and I'll turn to the chair of that committee, Vice Chair Duncan. Mr. Duncan?
Let me work. I think there's a connection issue right here.
Yeah. Okay, all right, we'll pause for a moment.
Mr. Duncan, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, you are up, sir.
Yep.
All right.
The floor is yours, Mr. Duncan.
Thank you. If I could follow JB with a quick point of personal privilege, I want to say thank you to our advisors who are leaving us. Meredith, all of us would like to buy a ticket, pay the admission price to get to watch your ongoing career. You've got a great life ahead. We'll accomplish a lot, and all of us are really looking forward to seeing what that's going to be. Dr. Miller, I want to give great thanks to you for your insight, your thoughtfulness, and your wisdom in terms of helping guide the board and in all other aspects of the work that you do on behalf of the board. I've had the good fortune through various committee assignments to be coming to committee meetings with you for, I guess, 2017, so I will miss that, but plan on staying in touch. And for Tabari Wallace, you are truly a dynamic leader, one who really brings tremendous energy to everything you do, creativity, and nobody wonders about whether you care about what you're doing. And that just can't be duplicated. You're born with that, and you've got a great gift, and we're all thankful that you have shared it with us. I do have to say, however, that as you leave the board, Mr. Keenan remains the board and advisor champion in the 100-meter dash on the football field. You never have taken him down, so we'll miss that race. On behalf of Todd Chastain, the Business Operations Committee has a number of items to cover. And our first item is the approval of contracts for over $500,000. And we have a few, but I have not gotten any questions on any of those from any of you. So unless there's a question, I'm going to go on to Biz Op 2. All of these are for action on first reading. Not hearing any questions, let me go on to the next one. Biz Op 2, which is the Innovation Partnership Grant recipient. You'll recall the earlier award of any Innovation Partnership Grant Certificate Awards, and since that time there has been additional work done for a second round. These are very significant, meaningful grants for the awardees, and so I believe Dr. Latricia Townsend is with us to go through the process of how these were selected and to provide us with the recommendations for the selection of the districts and schools that have been picked for these grants.
Okay, thank you. Hello, Superintendent Johnson, Chair Davis, Vice Chair Duncan, and members of the board. I'm Latricia Townsend, Director of Federal Programs. Joining me today is my colleague, Susan Brigman. We are pleased to present the funding recommendations Innovative Partnership Grant today. The purpose of the grant is to provide additional support for our schools that have been designated, have the designation of Comprehensive Support and Improvement, or CSI. Being an IPG grant recipient allows for the provision of additional fiscal resources, technical support, and regular school visits to improve student achievement. Ultimately, we want to see these schools exiting this status. In terms of eligibility, any LEA with at least one school designated as CSI could apply on behalf of the school. Each school has its own application, and at this time we have 105 schools that were eligible to make these applications. The process began by the LEA submitting an intent to apply form, and those who met the deadline were then sent applications. The key components for the program include engaging with the partner to implement research-based school improvement strategies, hiring an IPG coach to work directly with school leadership, securing a commitment from the principal to remain at the school during the full implementation phase, ensuring other state and local resources are still provided to the school. CSI funds are meant to be a complement, not to be the main source. Setting annual achievement goals, and then agreeing to utilize NC STAR. This grant timeline, it actually began back in August. We were advised by our committee of practitioners. They helped us think about how to move through this process. And from that time period, we then sent various notifications letting people know that they were eligible to apply, and applications were actually received on April 24th. That was an extended timeline. We did end up allowing that to go past the original date due to COVID-19. In terms of the process, we actually received 53 intent to apply forms, and from those 53, we had 39 applications to be completed, and we were able to review those. When we think about the application process, there were 3 scores that reviewed each application, and of those, we ended up averaging them to produce a single score. Based on board feedback, we wanted to make sure that we included priority points, and so you were able to receive priority points for contracting with a vetted vendor, as well as receiving priority points depending on the county's distress ranking. We then placed the scores in rank order, and after doing that, we are recommending 12 entities for funding. The 12 that we recommend are Warlick Academy, Lenoir County Learning Academy, Enfield Middle STEAM Academy, Central Haywood High, Dillard Middle, Phillips Middle, Southeast Elementary, Coker Wimberley, D.S. Johnson Elementary, Charlotte Mecklenburg Academy, Stocks Elementary, and Paul R. Brown Leadership Academy, for a total of $17,643,449. Now I'd like to tell you a little bit about the breakdown of those applicants. We received applications from, I'll tell you about the recommended applicants. We are recommending 1 alternative school, 1 charter school, 1 high school, 3 middles, 4 elementary, 1 6-12 school, and 1 K-12 school. If you look at the regional breakdown, 7 of the 8 regions had schools that submitted applications, and 6 of those 7 regions are represented in those who we recommend for funding. Western Sandhills and Northeast each have 1 recommended. Southwest has 2, Southeast has 3, and North Central has 4. Okay, and when we start thinking about districts, we have Edgecombe, Lenoir, Haywood, Mecklenburg, Gaston, Bladen, Nash, Wayne, and Halifax that are receiving funding. And then I wanted to make sure that we brought up information about tiers. We were asked to make sure that that was included. And so 75% or 9 of the recommended applicants are from Tier 1 counties. 8% or 1 recommended applicant is from a Tier 2 county. And then 17% or 2 applicants are from Tier 3 counties. A little bit of information on repeat submittals. And so as Vice Chair Duncan stated, this is the second round of funding. And so we had applicants that repeated their applications. And in this go round, 6 of them were recommended for funding. Next, I'll tell you a little bit about the partners. And so, as the name implies, you are working with a vetted partner to really make sure that you are implementing research-based practices for school improvement. And so 4 partners bubbled up. Those are RTI, Drive Educational Systems, Ed Direction, and Darden UVA Curry Partnership for Leaders in Education. That is all I have. I'll turn it back over to Vice Chair Duncan. Are there any questions?
Yes, board members, we have questions for Dr. Townsend.
You have.
Yes, please.
Mr. Duncan, this is Matt Smith.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And Dr. Townsend, thank you for that great explanation of the IPG awards. When we think about our constitutional obligation to provide a sound basic education for all scholars in our state, today's IPG grant announcements speak loudly, particularly in light of recent events in America, and specifically in the context of providing hope, support, and resources for underserved or marginalized communities. It makes sense to send innovation partnership grants to LEAs, especially those in under-resourced Tier 1 rural counties that can leverage this infusion of funding and partnerships to unstick their schools and to reimagine new futures for all of our children, regardless of their zip code, their affluence, their color. And specific to Edgecombe County, I want our listening public to know that we already in Edgecombe have the 2nd highest property tax base in our state. And our county commissioners, while they're wholly committed to education, are stretching our local dollars to the breaking point. I know this is true of so many rural counties in our state who can feel left behind and disenfranchised as urban areas grow in population, ever increasing their municipal services, their teacher and principal pay supplements, their educational resources for their children, while rural counties continue to face incredible broadband challenges, food insecurity, healthcare disparities, economic development challenges, and are running uphill and fighting against the odds to create sufficient, much less optimal learning conditions for children and teaching conditions for educators. And I do not mean to paint this picture in such stark colors. I know every region, rural, urban, and in between, has its own challenges. But these IPG grants today, 75% of which are weighted towards Tier 1 counties, represent not only innovation, but also equity. And we are starving for equity in America these days. And my hope is that we can have further dialogue moving forward about what equity looks like in funding models in terms of weighted ADM funding allocations, support for more pre-K in North Carolina for 4-year-olds, to reduce the opportunity gap that shows up in kindergarten, full implementation of the West Ed recommendations to bridge the $8 billion shortfall in education funding, a monumental debt that our elders have created but that our children will pay, and so much more. And so, Dr. Townsend, on behalf of all the principals, the teachers, the children in these North Carolina Tier 1 counties, especially those who are recipients of these precious IPG grants, I am so grateful today that equity has prevailed this time. Equity has prevailed this time in our funding model. I'm reminded of Nelson Mandela's statement, it's always impossible until it's done, and we're going to get it done with your support. Thank you.
No, thank you
Thank you,
so
Matt.
much for your sage words. That was beautiful.
And these, as has been pointed out, these are very valuable grants. Most of them are very significant money and would really make a difference. And so these grants are important. And we're very appreciative to the department that we're able to land these grants and are continuing to believe we can do a lot of good with them. Are there any other questions or comments? Not seeing any or hearing any, so we'll go on, and Dr. Townsend, I believe, will stay with you as we go to business item number 3, which is 20th Century Learning Subgrant recipients. As a reminder to the board, this is a program that provides grants to community learning centers that provide academic enrichment opportunities outside regular school hours. The purpose of the grants is to help students meet state and local standards in core academic subjects by offering students an array of enrichment activities that ultimately complement the regular school day activities for the students. These are grants we have given for many years. They again are for some of the organizations that receive them, they're very critical to the lifeblood of the organization because they are also of some significant amount, and many of these organizations are important community partners around our state. So with your town, I appreciate as you make a presentation about how this process was going about and who the recipients will be this year.
Okay, thank you. Happy to. Again, I'm Latricia Townsend. I am joined by Federal Program Monitoring and Support Division colleagues Susan Brigman and Tina Letchworth. They have been instrumental in moving this process through, so I wanted to make sure to acknowledge them and have them on hand in the event that there are questions. We come before you to offer funding recommendations for the new cohort of the 21st Century Learning Center grants. In your materials, you have an overview of the program and the processes used to select the recommended applications. As Vice Chair Duncan so eloquently said, these particular programs are used for learning outside of the body of the school day. They offer students a broad array of additional services, programs, and quality enrichment activities designed to reinforce and complement the regular academic program of participating students. The funding source for this comes from Title 4B dollars in the Elementary and Secondary Education Act as amended by the Every Student Succeeds Act of 2015. A copy of this legislation can be found in your board materials as well. Who is eligible? There are 5 specific types of organizations that can apply for these funds. LEAs, community-based organizations, city or county government agencies, faith-based organizations, IHEs, and for-profit corporations. The application guidance and scoring rubric are included in the RFP. Wanted to go ahead and make sure that we talked about that. The grant competition process included, it spanned over the course of a 6-month period, beginning with an RFP in January, technical assistance trainings held February and January of this year, a webinar, and CCIP trainings. The application was originally due March 30th, but due to school closures in mid-March, the deadline was extended to allow additional time for completion. And so that completion date was then April 24th. Level 1 and level 2 reviews occurred in April and May. And then now we are at the level 3 review period, which is presentation to the state board in June. Okay. In terms of the application reviews, level 1 is completed for us by an external partner to make sure that these are scored in an impartial fashion. Much like the IPG grant, there end up being 3 reviewers per application, and those reviews are Those reviews are actually averaged so that you receive a single score. And then after that, DPI, we receive that back, and we are able to assign some priority points. And then we now move into this phase. Okay. In terms of the level 1 evaluations, there were several bands, so anywhere from excellent all the way to unacceptable. When we think about who is being represented, all 45 of the recommended applicants fall within the excellent range, with their level level 1 scores ranging from 73.67 to 90 points before priority points, and scores then ranging from 77.33 to 93 points after the addition of priority points. There were 148 applications received, and there was a good spread across all the regions. On the low end, the Northwest had 7 applications submitted, while on the high end, the North Central region had 30 applications submitted. Wanted to provide a little bit of information about applicant type. So when we think about the types of organizations that are eligible, wanted to show you the percentage that were recommended based on that. And so for instance, in terms of LEAs, 13 of the 51 who submitted applications are being recommended. 24 of 62 in the nonprofit realm, 2 of 11 in the for-profit, 1 of 12 in faith-based, 2 of 7 with community-based, 1 of 1 within the city or county government, and then 2 of 4 in terms of IHEs. Okay. And here with this graphic, you see there is a good mix in terms of who received funding, similar to who applied. And so North Central has the highest number of recommended entities, while the Northwest has the lowest number, Northeast has the lowest number with 1. And if you could advance to 2 more slides, please. Okay. So of those 45 applicants, I'd like to go ahead and give you information on those. So we have Above and Beyond students, Durham Public Schools, Granville County Schools, Artworks, Operation Excel, Prosperous Living Achievement Center, Saints Provision, CDC, Communities and Schools of Cape Fear, Partners in Ministry, Gaston County Schools, Above and Beyond Academic Learning Center, CSI of Brunswick County, Boys and Girls Club of Greater High Point, 21st Century Business Community Learning Center, RAM Organization, Fayetteville State University, Caring and Sharing Inc., United Way of Pitt County, Achieve Arts Academy, Made in Rosenwald Community Development Corporation, FBCW CSA DBA, Charlotte Community Services Association, Maggie's Outreach Community Economic Development Center, Winston-Salem Forsyth County Schools, Western Carolina University, Global Scholars Academy, Boys and Girls Club of Cabarrus County, Rutherford County Schools, Robeson County Parks and Recreation Department, Northern Moore Family Resource Center, Student U, Salvation Army Boys and Girls Club of Alamance County, Black Child Development Institute of Greensboro, Inc., YMCA of Northwest North Carolina, Boys and Girls Club of the Piedmont, Yancey County Schools, YMCA of Western North Carolina, Vance County Schools, Cherokee County Schools, Boys and Girls Club of the Coastal Plain, Asheville City School, Polk County Schools, Torchlight Academy, Project Outreach, SIP-NAYAN Math Center and After School Program, and Wilson County Schools. And so with those, we are recommending a grand total of $15,877,814. And as you will see with this graphic, it shows again the distribution of those funds across each of the regions. Okay. I turn it back over to Vice Chair Duncan, and I will entertain any questions that may be looming.
Yes, thank you for that presentation, and ask our fellow members and advisors, are there any questions or comments with respect to the distribution of the Community Challenge Grant?
Vice Chair Duncan, this is Olivia. I have a quick question, please.
Please.
My question is, what are your accountability metrics in terms of outcomes? More specifically, do you do any tracking or paying close attention to students served and achievement outcomes or other types of outcomes? It could be staying in school, graduation rates.
Yes, we do. Each year there's an evaluation that is done by an external partner that looks at each of those metrics. And so we are tracking graduation rates. We are tracking student engagement within schools as measured by their teachers. And then we also are looking at achievement rates.
Okay, very good.
And I did provide a copy of our latest evaluation to Dr. Townsend Smith.
That would be good. I'd be interested in seeing that. And Vice Chair Duncan, maybe in the future we could have a presentation that connects this almost like a legacy program in the department, very beneficial program to how the dollars are impacting our students in various ways.
Yes, I think that would be helpful.
Thank you very much.
All right. Any other questions or comments on this item? Not seeing or hearing it. Oh, I do hear one. Go ahead, please.
Yes, and Mr. Duncan, this is Matt Smith again, and I promise I will be brief. But Dr. Townsend, I have to just say to you that both of your presentations on the IPG grants and also the Community Challenge grants have really just been an injection of optimism at a time in which I think we've all been carrying the gritty realism of our American narrative right now. And I just wanted to say thank you for that, because I don't think I realized how much I personally needed that until I reviewed all of the community stakeholders in North Carolina that are going to benefit from these Community Challenge grants. So just thank you so much for the emotional benefit of this presentation and of all the work that you've done to get us to this point.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right, Dr. Townsend, not hearing anything else, thank you. Those are two very well done presentations and efficiently presented with a lot of information, so we thank you for that.
Okay, thank you.
Our next item, BizOp 4, which is somewhat of a, falls in the good friend category. We do this annually. And the purpose of BizOp 4 is that the state approve in advance the issuance of several manuals that are set out upon the adjournment of the General Assembly, allowing the department to incorporate changes that are approved during the legislative session that do not require state board approval, so that these policy directives can be kept up to date. It also will allow the department to distribute the resources and to disseminate those documents to the local education agencies and charter schools in a timely manner, given the type of how this summer is going. So I think Alexis Schaus will present on this, is my understanding, and Alexis, please go ahead.
There is very little to add to this. It is an annual request and just allows us to implement legislation that is explicit in the law For instance, if there were to be salary increases or class size changes, allotment funding factors, that we can implement them. It does not authorize us to go ahead with competitive grants or new funding formulas that would be brought to the board before implementation. So we only have 10 days by law after the signing of the budget to get allocations out. So this is the reason we have this expedited process.
Are there any questions or comments on this item? All right, not hearing any, I think that means we're ready to go on to Biz Op 5. On Biz Op 5 comes from the CARES Act from the legislature. It's one of these several fundings that we're grateful to receive from the legislature as they work through the CARES Act funding and distribution to various agencies in the state, including ours, thankfully. And this specific items that are here on Biz Op 5 are $30 million for purchase of computers or other electronic devices for students, and $5 million of allotment for the purchase of computers or other electronic devices for school personnel. There's been information distributed to you about these proposed allotment approaches and to be taken. An issue has developed during the course of the day that some LEAs and some charters perhaps did not get notice to put in full respect to what they might be asking for in this regard. And I understand Dr. Wren may be available to address that, and then I know Alexis Schaus is available to talk about what the allotment is. We may want to consider, however, that we hold this until June 11 to make sure everybody, which we're meeting anyway, make sure that everybody can be notified and can make whatever request that they're going to make, and we have it all before us at one time. There is some urgency to this because once the funding is distributed, supply chain is pretty clogged up, and there's delay times in distribution of purchases. So we're all alert to the fact that an item that has a little more urgency than you might normally think in June. So let me stop there and let Dr. Wren address the issues that have come up about notification this morning, at least to the board level, and then we'll go from there.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Vice Chair Duncan. This is Vanessa Wren, Director of Digital Teaching and Learning. I am here today with my colleague Nathan Craver to discuss these allocation models, but I do want to clear up the situation that Vice Chair Duncan just referred to. We have sent a survey out that was sent out through the superintendent's listserv and the charter schools listserv and on the weekly Friday top 10 in order to determine the neediest areas for student and staff devices. We have 100% of LEAs who have responded and 72% of charters who have responded. And we are in the process of actively reaching out to charters to see if they need student or staff devices. We've approached it that way because we understand that the intent of the allocations were to ensure that they go to the neediest areas. For example, we had 26 LEAs to state we do not need student devices, and 73 combination of LEAs and charter schools who stated we do not need staff devices. So we were very strategic to make sure the funding goes to where it is needed the most. And that's why we went through a survey approach. And my understanding is that some charters thought that they could not qualify because they did not answer the survey, but that is not the case. The survey is still open. And I believe we reached out to about 15 charters yesterday to encourage them to go ahead and let us know what their specific need is. So based on that, just based on the preliminary survey results that we have now, we would need approximately $150 million to meet the student computer needs and $40 million to meet the staff needs. As you can see, we have $30 million for students and the $5 million for staff devices. So there is a gap there. We have all heard of the challenges schools are facing to mitigate these digital inequities across the state. And like Vice Chair Duncan said, we are very grateful for the funding that we have for student and staff devices. So based on the preliminary results and the models that we're bringing you, we use this to get an approximation of what allocations would look like for each PSU. Again, PSUs who said they did not have a need, we did not want to include those in the allocations, and that is why we went to the survey approach to facilitate that ability. I also want to make clear that these funds will be distributed directly to PSUs with a convenience and consortium buy-in contract available through DIT and a partnership with NC COSN. So the three models that we have brought for you, and we have a recommended model for the student devices. Option 1 is calculated on 50% ADM and a 50% poverty model. This is the recommended model as it provides the most money to the areas with the most need. We recommended this allocation formula because it includes when we looked at comparisons, it included more funding for districts with the highest levels of poverty based on free and reduced lunch and the academic tiers. But we also want to provide you two other options that you are familiar with and you've seen used before. And option 2 is calculated based on economic tiers. However, we realize many districts have areas that border to the next tier, and it may not account for the neediest students. And then option 3, the third option, is based on economically disadvantaged students from free and reduced lunch numbers. However, our concern here is that some of our neediest students do not apply for free and reduced lunch, and they might not be captured in that number. So therefore, option 1 is recommended. These allocations are based off of a $300 per device recommendation. And so that is why that as we have more charters to respond, it will just bring down the pool of funds that are available to all districts to make sure that we're equitably sharing these funds out.
All right, well, if I could, I'd like to make this suggestion that we go ahead and approve the formulas that have been requested for this, and I know you're going to get to the teacher formula as well. But obviously leave open before next Thursday the final distribution numbers so that we give all these additional charter schools a full opportunity to make their needs known. And thank you for reaching out. That's very important. We want to be fair to everybody to have a fair opportunity, and the way you're going about it is I know obviously ensured to do that. And then we could have a brief item on June 11th, just at least an informational item, so at that point, based on the information you get from additional charters, what the distributions will look like if we approve this allotment approach once you've been able to hear from all the charters. Is that a fair way to go, Dr. Wren, from your standpoint?
Yes, I agree that that is a fair approach.
All right.
Mr. Duncan?
Yes, please.
May I ask a question, or may I make a comment?
Certainly.
I would like to also request that I'm fairly certain that there's some LEAs that also did not understand the connection between, there may have been some confusion on the LEA side, so I would really appreciate if the LEAs that indicated that they had no need, if someone could double check that. If that hasn't already been done.
Yes. Dr. Wren, can we also double check all the LEAs who said they had no need to assure that that is what that they were understanding things properly?
Yes, we will.
All right.
Vice Chair Duncan, this is Amy White. May I also make a comment?
Certainly.
I wanted to thank you and Mr. Chastain and Dr. Wren for agreeing to communicate specifically with the Charter School Committee and all of the schools across our state to make it abundantly clear that the survey is still open and that they do have the chance to respond, and all those who do respond do have the chance to have funding. I just want to thank you for your willingness to put that out there to our constituents in a very clear and concise way. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. And it's not just a willingness to put it out there. We want them. If they need the devices, we want them to get their fair share. That's our whole approach. And I know Todd joins wholeheartedly in that in support of it. So, so Dr. Wren, I think you probably want to go ahead and describe the teacher device formula as well. And let me just ask, do we need to be careful to do the same reaching out at the same time to the districts and to the charter schools to make sure that the request was understood there and we in fact have in all the requests before we actually apply the allotment policy?
Yes, Vice Chair Duncan, we will do the same thing for the staff devices and make sure everyone clearly understands. That language was written very clearly in the survey, but we will certainly re-emphasize that fact and give everyone the opportunity to make sure they are funded if they have a need.
Very good. Then if you would go ahead and cover the proposed allotment approach for the teacher devices, we can vote today on the allotment approach and then receive from you what the final distribution looks like when we meet next Thursday, assuming that's adequate time to reach everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Duncan. The second policy recommendation relates to the $5 million for personnel computers. And the recommendation is to allocate funds based on ADM, based on the 2019-2020 ADM for LEAs. And so that is a straight ADM allocation. And that allocation is based on $700 per device for staff devices. And so that one is very straightforward. Again, we looked at straight allocations for both of these, but felt like the intent was to make certain that these dollars are going to the neediest districts. There are districts that entered this situation where they already had enough devices. And so we just wanted to make sure that we were very strategic to apply these funds to where the needs were occurring. And Vice Chair Duncan, that is all, and I will turn it back over to you in case there are any additional questions.
All right, thank you very much, and thank you for following up to assure complete opportunity for all, and we very much invite further requests for those charter schools and LEAs who may need them. So to be clear, what we'll just be voting on now is the allotment policy that's been proposed. Alexis, do you need to add anything about the allotment policy, or has that been covered by Dr. Wren to your satisfaction?
No, I think that is fine with going through as long as we get it clear as to who is eligible. Yes, I have nothing further to add.
Very good. Yes.
I have a quick question, and again, I apologize if I missed it, but are we as part of the allocation, are we given any thought to covering the actual expenses for internet for teachers? I mean, so one is they get the devices, but their subscription, right?
I think the language of this is focused on the devices and not subscription.
Okay.
And anyone feel free to correct me, but I'm pretty sure that's my recollection of reading the language of the grant of funding.
This is Nathan Craver. I work with Vanessa. Just to be clear, we did get 5 funding streams that are related to this, and 2 more will be coming to the board in future weeks or in future meetings. 2 additional ones where we were given $1 million to approach bus Wi-Fi and then $11 million to approach student Wi-Fi. But both of those have language for those for the Wi-Fi to include devices for Wi-Fi, but not subscription costs. So those will be coming in the future, but these are specifically for the devices, such as laptops or Chromebooks or iPads.
And, I appreciate that. And to be clear, also, in addition to students, I'm also talking about like staff subscription, teacher subscription as well, since will be so dependent on their internet subscription. So just wanted to throw that caveat for when the future streams are coming, streams of funding come out. But thank you.
I will say, I recall some discussion from the legislature in reviewing these things that there's some level of leeriness about getting into the subscription business. There's a lot greater level of comfort in getting into the acquisition of device work, and so that's a little bit of background, and I think that applies. Well, I know it applies, I think, to this item, and that's been the general rule that's followed, I think, with respect to many of these CARES Act funding assistance that we're receiving in technology.
And
But you make a good point. Yeah.
Vice Chair Duncan, this is Vanessa Rand. I also want to add that, just to be very clear, the recommendation that we have made around student devices, so we have some sustainability tied to that, is that our recommendation is that when districts purchase the student devices, that they also purchase a maintenance warranty on that device. There's been a lot of concern that as devices go out into the field and their home, that they may not be operational upon return. So one of our recommendations to schools and charters who receive this funding is that they would also have a warranty on the device so that we could have some longevity, sustainability. So if we enter future periods of remote instruction, we will know that the funding for these devices are still operational for at least 4 years moving forward. And we also asked for a management license that could be tied to these for some type of mobile device management. And again, this is only for student devices. So if we are in a remote learning situation, some of the technical configurations can be handled remotely without having students to be on campus. So I just want to make that very clear so we all understand what our recommendations are.
Yes, thank you. Are there any questions or comments about that particular point? All right. Not hearing any further, to be voting on is the funding allotment formula, and further information will be provided at our meeting on June 11th with respect to what the final allotments look like, assuming we've got all the information in from all LEAs and charters by then. Dr. Wren and Ms. Schaus, thank you very much for that report. That brings us to Biz Op 6, which is our prioritized budget request for this year. And taking a quick stroll down memory lane, it seems like forever ago, but it was only in January that we were working through a list of requests from the state board and working with the department on some requests that the department also had and trying to take those into account. And then a lot of things happened. And so this is a revised document from what we had worked up at that time. And at that time, we had a lot of things on the list, and there's a few things that are not still on the list. Most things still are on the list, and there's a few things that have been added. It's a little bit even more complicated in this instance, working through a budget approach, because unlike the normal situation in which we're looking at a budget request to the state legislature, in this instance, the state legislature is working through CARES funds from the federal government, its own budget for education. There was also an earlier $50 million fund that the governor got some immediate relief to our districts on. And there's at least one other potential federal fund or more where there might be some additional funding. That said, none of those supplemental fundings cover all the needs of the schools or the things that are needed as we go forward in the schools. And so this budget is trying to take into account the fact that there are different funding sources and trying to bring some balance to it, some of which would be typically and solely state budget matters, and some of which we may be able to get some assistance from federal care funds. And so try to give examples of that, let's take a look at the first few items if we could. The first item is to provide funding as required by SB 476 for 6 hours with the anticipation that districts will implement to train the trainer model. And this is the training from the new mental health bill that this board has advocated for over a period of time because of the very significant needs in our school communities. And so to this point, there's not funding attached to that, although I believe there is a bill that's been introduced to contemplate potential funding. The total amount for the first year would be $16 million. $5.28 million of that funding will be recurring because using the train the trainer model, there still will be substantial training required every year. In the first year, obviously, there will be significant funding. So most of it's non-recurring in the first year, and then there is a recurring amount after that. So second item on this list, as an example, exceptional children funding for future services. We're fortunate to have a good deal of funding from the federal government in the exceptional children area, but the requirements also that there be a certain amount of state funding to support whatever federal funding would be there. And we are getting some additional federal funding through the legislature, for example, with the grant of $15 million for exceptional children work for extended year summer services and the beginning of some future services. Future services are the ones that we know are needed because we have not been able to be with our precious exceptional children student for many, many weeks in light of the pandemic. We also know that the summer services and the effort to be with our students there and to do whatever's feasible by remote, we're going to have substantial work to do in the future services with these students when they return to school in whatever form we return in August. And so this $32 million is after a survey of every district around the state. So it's to charter schools, and it's come back with what the amount would be when combined with federal dollars, what the amount would be in terms of an expectation of state dollars. So that's an item that was not there before, and obviously it's a significant item. The next item on the list was not there for us in January, as we talked about these things at the end of last year and early this year. The next item is a non-recurring item for $50 million. And just to let you know where personal protective equipment is, it's contemplated heavily through the school program, and there's some guidance that's going to be given to us, I believe, by DHHS. I think DHHS is coordinating either directly or with others to create a statewide bulk purchasing fund for many of these items. Because obviously schools are going to be a heavy user of these items, but we're hardly the only heavy user or potential user. And some of them are very expensive. So we're working on getting accurate estimates for the number of masks under guidance we receive, gloves, disinfectants, sanitizers, thermometers, nursing gowns, and shields, which would be focused on nursing care and related type equipment. The number we believe is going to be in the 75 million area, but we're still finalizing or working on those numbers. Those are projections. They're not final, and we're working on that. Part of it depends on the bulk purchasing contracts, but even with bulk purchasing, this is not a time when you're going to get a great deal in disinfectant. There's a premium on them, as we all know. And so bulk purchasing will help with those and sanitizers and with masks, but they're still at a premium generally in the marketplace for obvious reasons. So we have put down $50 million here because the CARES Fund money that's going out, and we have been careful to warn the districts that there will be reentry costs. And whatever they receive, they will need to hold some of those for reentry costs. But that money is not going to be enough to cover all the reentry costs for all our districts. So we feel like we need to ask for at least $50 million in non-recurring money to provide the necessary personal protective equipment to the district. So I'd use those first three items as examples of very significant late-breaking developments that have a significant effect on our budget. If you go to the fifth item, you'll recall for school support positions, we had said $71 million. Two things. The primary thing is we've received some funding for that in the interim from the funding that we've earlier received for social emotional support of our students. So this money is not at the $71 million. You'll recall the $71 million came that we want to make up a 10% a year to get to the national averages in these very important social emotional support positions that are listed here. And so we're still supporting that. We're just doing it through the combination of funds that we're receiving. Out of that $62 million, there are a large number of positions to actually execute on and implement SB 476. A lot of those positions will be needed for that bill. So that bill actually fits very well like hand in glove with the request for additional social and emotional support specialists around all of the districts in our state. So that, if we did not have this request, we would have had a request that would have been necessary, but we're able to combine this request with those needs to fulfill the very worthy goals set out in that legislation. After that, we start to fall into some categories four. Some have been adjusted for reasons we've continued to get more and more information. A couple of items that I'll highlight along the way, and hopefully it'll be helpful to do that. School nutrition funding, we got an item in here to eliminate the reduced price lunch copay. Many of you have served on local school boards know that the issue arises that significant deficits occur in the lunch copay at different times for different economic circumstances for families in the community. And in this instance, we have very, very changing circumstances for many families in our community. We believe there's some support in the legislature for this to move this forward, and so that's an item that is trying to be directly responsive to the issues that we're dealing with right now. In addition to that, the School Innovative Breakfast Program is an important one, and it has additional costs associated with it. They're not significant, but there are additional costs that are associated with in terms of the distribution of meals and the availability of the meals and to serving the meals in the classroom instead of in the cafeteria, which helps keep things moving in a timely basis early in the school day. We served, for those interested, we served 72 million breakfast meals last year in our schools. And I say last year, I'm going to take the year before that had a full year as opposed to our present now concluding school year, in which obviously we have not had a full year. This additional funding will support that breakfast program, and importantly, most reentry plans would show that for when we have students back in school, we'll be feeding them remotely in the classroom at lunch, not just at breakfast, for safety, public health reasons. So I think it's particularly important to highlight that item, and it does have a real relationship to the COVID-19 issues that we're dealing with. Again, I'm going to go forward. You'll recall these are not changed. Two items we had was principal pay, and we had the exact same items that are here, $27 million. We had looked at two different ways to compute increase in teacher pay, and we have used one of those two in this budget for asking for an increase of $130 million in teacher compensation. You'll recall the board has in several for additional DPI support staff personnel, and that is included in this budget for operations. We have been advised in a general sense that this is not a time, been advised by both OSBM and by the legislature, that this is not a time when you would be looking at large increases in personnel. So we have tried to focus on those places where it's very important that it be done in terms of the operations of the of the building, and we've tried to limit, and I say building, I mean the buildings, education buildings around the state. And then we have tried to focus on strategic goals of the board if we're asking for any other areas. So school business system modernization, some of you all may recall that the $30 million that had, the effort was that was going to be a non-recurring number for a 5-year period. And it got caught up in the budget issues last year. And so although it was in the bill, it was never ultimately funded last year. And so we have a number of districts in phase 1 that still need additional money to complete phase 1, or the department does to complete phase 1 with schools. There are other schools that are needing to move forward, and so the full $30 million allotment we think is very important. So I'm going to then, the other items here are ones that were already in existence. 2 items on page 5 that are put down as SBE priority 2s, and you'll notice the priorities is in a 1 or a 2 or a 3 as reflecting and getting additional information as we go along. And I'm going to have one other piece of additional information before I finish. The consulting services and training for federal E-rate program changes and expansion, which is a recurring number, that can bring about great savings for the department, and I think it's important that we move that actually to a tier 1. And when you think about voting on this, I would recommend and ask you to think as a tier 1 item and allow us to make that adjustment. And the same is true for the cybersecurity expansion, which perhaps needs a little bit of further explanation. You'll recall as part of the CARES legislation, the joint ask of the department and the board was for $5.4 million for cybersecurity expansion, training, and necessary malware and other equipment. And the legislature were very grateful for the fact funded $4.5 million of that. So this ask is for another $550,000 to fully implement what was intended to be done in that first wave. The non-recurring is intended to be for 2 years, and it's $5 million a year. The board may recall it was directly referred to. It was item 5 on pages 22 to 23 of the School Connectivity Initiative report that the department prepared for the General Assembly from January 15th of this year. And this is to do a very thorough work and review with the LEAs across the state with respect to cybersecurity on the very important information that we all deal with. And so that's what their amount is. And I think for both of those items, reflecting on it, they originally were in a lower tier, but I believe they should be tier 1, and I would ask for both of those that as we vote on it, we think of those as an amendment to be part of tier 1. The only item, since this has been completed, the only further item that's come up is as we've worked very hard on child nutrition, and that's been such a focal point for this board, we've worked very hard to try to maintain strong support for child nutrition over the course of the summer. That's, again, a hard one to judge because there are different potential pockets of resources, no one of which is significant enough to take care of the needs, which are significant. So the best calculation that's been done based on recent trends and information is it just came to our attention. It's not included in this document, but that $12 million more would allow us to feed for the remainder of the summer, and also to provide transportation so that it gets a widespread usage, as opposed to simply preparing meals, having them at the schools where a lot of our families who are most needy and most need the meals are not able to get there. So the transportation support has been immeasurably important in this very significant relief effort that schools around the state have led, and we give them great thanks for the work that's been done. So that's not reflected in there, but I would ask you to consider that as another item. So that's a quick review and hopefully give some guidance. Many of these are old friends and familiar to you, and some of them are new, and things that you have thought of or already occurred to you, or believe based on previous discussions that there's support for by the board. And that's what we've tried to do in order to put this together. One last small piece of context, the Office of State Budget Management asked originally last Friday that we try to provide this to them early this week, and we asked for and were able to get an extension to be able to at least have our full board consider it, and so that we could then submit something tomorrow. And obviously, we also want to work with the department and commissions as well. So with that background, and I hope that's helpful, and I hope I didn't go on too long. Are there any questions or comments with respect to the proposed budget? Well, not hearing any, that will be biz op item number 6 for your approval in our vote today. Other items we have is biz op 7, which is our certification of finance officers, which again comes up periodically, as we all know, and there's one to be approved today. We have executed contract reports, and there's I've not heard any reports or any questions on those. We also have planned contract reports, and there have been a couple of questions that have been raised about those. So let me see if I can capture those quickly. One question, this is one that's come up before. There's a contract, intent to contract with UNCG, and it's for accountability services. Specifically, it's a contract for July 1 through June 30, 2021 for $116,789. Provide psychometric services for technical and psychometric support for the North Carolina testing program, and to ensure that the assessment instruments used to gauge the level of student performance are valid, reliable, and technically sound. I won't go on. The question that got raised was, is that something we will still need in light of where the testing program was for this year? Will we still need it for next year, or is that something that would carry over, if you will? Dr. Howard, I don't know if you're still on the phone or not, but that was a question a member raised.
She's not on, Mr. Duncan, but I'll follow up with her for you.
Very good, and we can distribute that answer to the board. There's nothing particularly unusual about this request. I do note that one of the intent to contract items in here is the 1-year extension on the fuel truck contract, and that's $1 million item. Obviously, fuel trucks are something that are necessary to LEA school bus operations. We've all seen them. So that's a relatively standard item, but I did want to highlight that one. We also have an item in here for the development of student information systems for an intent to contract. I know the department is already beginning work on that, and it's worth approaches for how to deal with this. The department's goal is to have a start date for the contract in December of 2020 with a proposed end date, which would include several years of service with a new SIS tool, of December 2025. Whether or not we have for that for this fiscal year is not clear. Well, it's not clear at this point. And the timing is for any number of directions, looking at it from any number of different perspectives, the timing is tight. So I highlight that one for you just because that's a significant and important project. So there's I might suggest not do it now. We do it at our next closed session, but if there's questions, then I think it may be important to, until we know the nature of the questions anyway, it may be important that we make sure that we have full understanding on that. Also, just there's a question asked, but there's a series of contracts for MTSS, the framework, and so there's no, in total, there's several contracts, but they're servicing obviously different areas. So we have two more report unless there's any further questions on intent to contract. Not seeing any. We have the vacancy recruiting report. Are there any questions on that? All right. That leaves us then with, for the first time, we have under the GOVR 007 new policy, we have our first report by budget code, which is a 2-page document that you'll see here. And the we're late on a long day today, so I'm not going to try to really engage in any discussion about this, but I commend it to you to study, take a look at for what very broad trends are here. I think in talking with Catherine Johnson, she has welcomed further comment as they continue to develop the process within finance of finding this. They continue to welcome suggestions from us and comments. And even what we have here is helpful in terms of getting a little better handle on some of the categories and how the spending is and expenditures are moving forward and what encumbrances may exist. But let me just suggest that's something we spend more time on at time. So unless there's questions on that, anything else? All right, on the budget, let me say one last thing. And you all know, I'm gonna, and Todd, please jump in. I'm gonna make a proposal that we add $12 million to it for school nutrition, so that the total amount for the recurring would go up to 340. Keeping in mind that includes $157 million of salary increase, which we often do not include when we're looking at our items to add in. So, any questions on that or comments on that? Mr. Chair, if I could do that without objection, I would ask for that privilege.
Sure. Without objection, so ordered.
All right. I believe we're finished.
Mr. Duncan, thank you for that thorough report, and particularly your very detailed and thorough review of our budget requests. I just have two comments. Share. One is on the positions that are in that request. As we all know, over the last few years, the agency's been really heavily hit by budget cuts. And this would be the first really substantive increase in positions, and I certainly support rebuilding the agency. But I think it's incumbent upon us to make sure the board has a thorough understanding of the positions that are currently open in the department, those positions that might be filled through temp solutions and other ways, and ensuring that we understand how the current funding is being used prior to seeking additional funds. So I'll support the budget request, but with that caveat that we get a report from the agency quickly on what positions are open. And then similarly with the student information systems, that particular item, we all, I think, realize the need to upgrade and improve our student information systems, but I'm troubled that we're apparently pretty far along in that work, there's been no substantive conversations with the board. We now hear that there's a short time frame that things have to get done, and this is really the first that the board's hearing about it. So I think it's also incumbent upon the department to provide a thorough briefing to the board as soon as possible on the current status of that contract. So with that,
I'm
thank
sorry,
you, Mr. Duncan, for your work.
Mr. Davis, I'm sorry. That is not true. And you know that's not true. We don't have to get into a back and forth. But for multiple
We sure
closed
don't have to get into a back and forth, Mr. Superintendent, but it is true.
For multiple closed sessions, we have discussed the student information system. It's been discussed at BizOp committees, and your attorney has been part of the process. So please do not mischaracterize the work going on at DPI.
Well, we definitely need an update then. We'll leave it at that. We'll move on
You've
to
had
voting on items.
two closed sessions in closed session. In closed session, you've had these updates. We've had these discussions. This work has been moving through the BizOp at your request, and your attorney was involved in every step of the process. Please do not mischaracterize the work going on at DPI. Disingenuous, and it's unfair to the people who work at DPI.
The board members will now vote on any item requiring action from your committee reports. A thorough discussion and report was provided on each item, including any respective consent items. And I remind you that any item on the consent agenda is primarily not complex and may have come to the board for discussion in a prior month. I note also that board members have seen these consent agenda items for at least a week. So at this time,
Mr. Chair.
I'll seek a motion to remove any item from the consent action or action on first reading agendas, and note that we will vote separately on EICS 3 and SLA 7.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I apologize for bringing this up so late in our proceedings, but I will need to recuse myself from voting on BizOp 3. This is Ms. Camden.
Okay. So if we note from the record, Ms. Kamnitz is recusing herself from BizOp 3. Thank you. So there's no other items to remove. I request a motion to approve these items.
Mr. Chair, could I have a brief moment of privilege?
Sure, Mr.
I had drafted and intended to file a substitution motion for EICS 3, which would be to limit to 10% the increase for the students at the virtual academy, which would have kept all the students who were there. I have spent a great deal of time thinking about it, and I appreciate that chair of the committee, Ms. White, has been very thoughtful and very kind with her time and sharing thoughts about it. I do believe the school is making progress in the right direction, and in my world of druthers, I would be happy with 10% and probably think that's the right thing. But I think at this point, for a number of reasons, including a number of other important issues that we're trying to deal with, I do not want to distract from the work of the board with that motion. So I will not go forward with it, but it has caused me great distress personally to get to the right place on this. But I do want to end that by saying I believe the school is doing the right things, and I applaud the work of the headmistress at the school now.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Duncan. We'll still vote on that one separately, but I appreciate your comments on clarifying your position on that one. So before I ask for a motion, are there any other comments on separate items? Okay, hearing none, I ask for a motion to approve the following. The May 6 through 7, 2020 meeting minutes, the May 21st, 2020 meeting minutes, and the following items. EICS 1 and 2, and 6 through 8. SLA 1 through 6 and 8, BizOp 1 through 4, BizOp 5 for the allocation policy, BizOp 6 as amended by Vice Chair Duncan during his presentation, and BizOp 7, and ES&P 1 and 3. Is there a motion to that effect? Motion by Mr. Hall. Is there a second?
A second by Olivia Oxendine.
Second by Dr. Oxendine. Any discussions on this motion? Dr. Townsend Smith, we call the roll to capture the vote.
Yes, sir. Mr. Buxton?
Yes.
Dr. Oxendine?
Yes.
Ms. Chemnitz?
I am recusing myself from BizOp 3. Am I still able to vote on this motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, the record reflects that you're recused from BizOp 3, and you may vote on the remaining items.
Thank you, then my vote is yes.
Mr. Keenan?
Yes.
Mr. Hall?
Yes.
Dr. Tipton Rogers?
Yes.
Ms. White?
Yes.
Mr. Chastain?
Yes.
Mr. Ford?
Yes.
Lieutenant Governor?
Yes.
Vice Chair Duncan?
Yes.
Chair Davis?
Yes.
It's unanimous.
Treasurer Falwell.
Motion carries.
Sorry, Treasurer. Treasurer Falwell?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries. We'll now move to ESCS 3, and I'll turn to Ms. White for that motion.
Thank you, Chair Davis. Board members, just as a review yesterday, this is the request from NC Virtual Academy to continue its enrollment expansion that we granted last year that will allow them to maintain a capacity of 2,945 students. Friends, after some terrific conversations with my fellow colleagues and some additional information provided by Lauren Acom, the head of NC Virtual Academy, with a report on their fall student growth, I've had the opportunity to reflect on comments made by several of you at the board table and again, several comments made offline. Given the fact that the entire state was thrust into remote learning as a result of COVID-19 and also given the fact that the State Board of Ed voted to request waivers for the accountability and testing for every school in the state, we just aren't able to use data and academic performance as a part of this decision-making matrix. And it seems unfair to hold NC Virtual Academy's enrollment capacity hostage because we don't have the very data that we opted not to collect this year. So, hearing what you said, I would like to suggest that for this recommendation from our committee on the EICS, that we maintain the enrollment increase up to 2,945 students for the school year for the year 2020-21, but after this year, any continuation of increased enrollment will be subject to the school's responsibility and ability to meet academic growth as defined in EVOS. And I hope that that will suggest to board members that we're cognizant and watchful and maintaining our duty that we offer the proper oversight of growth and achievement in this pilot program. So again, Mr. Chair, for this recommendation, it will be that we continue the enrollment expansion as previously approved at 2,945 students for this school year, 2020-21, and that any continuation of increased enrollment will be subject to the school's responsibility and ability to meet academic growth.
A motion by Ms. White. Is there a second?
Wendell Hall, second.
Second by Mr. Hall. Any discussion on this motion? Hearing none, Dr. Townsend Smith, we call the roll.
Yes, sir. Mr. Buxton?
Yes.
Dr. Oxendine?
Yes.
Ms. Chemnitz?
Yes.
Mr. Keenan?
Yes.
Mr. Hall?
Yes.
Dr. Tipton Rogers?
Yes.
Ms. White?
Yes.
Mr. Chastain?
Yes.
Mr. Ford?
Yes.
Treasurer Falwell?
Yes.
Lieutenant Governor,
Yes.
Vice Chair Duncan,
Yes.
Chair Davis,
Yes.
unanimous.
Motion carries. We'll now move to our final item, which is SLA 7, and I'll turn to Mr. Buxton for that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a two-part motion for SLA 7. I move approval of the North Carolina Standards in Economics and Personal Finance, and that we consideration for approval to July 2020 of the kindergarten through grade 8 social studies standards, the American history standards, world history standards, and the founding principles of the United States of America and North Carolina civic literacy standards.
Motion by Mr. Buxton. Is there a second?
This is Olivia Oxendine, and I offer a second.
Second by Dr. Oxendine. Any questions on this motion? Hearing none, Dr. Townsend Smith, will you call the roll to capture the vote?
Yes, sir. Mr. Buxton,
Yes.
Dr. Oxendine,
Yes.
Ms. Camnett,
Yes.
Mr. Keenan,
Yes.
Mr. Hall,
Yes.
Dr. Tipton Rogers,
Yes.
Ms. White,
Yes.
Mr. Chastain,
Yes.
Mr. Ford,
Yes.
Treasurer Falwell,
Yes.
Lieutenant Governor,
Yes.
Vice Chair Duncan,
Yes.
Chair Davis,
Yes.
unanimous.
Okay, the motion carries. Thank you, board members. That concludes our committee work for the day. I want to thank each of you as well as all staff and presenters for this June 4th, 2020 meeting. Our next meeting will be in July. It'll be a 2-day meeting, July 8th and 9th. And so that is a change from our previously scheduled calendar. Please note that. Hearing that no other new business, I ask for a motion to adjourn this June 4th, 2020 meeting. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, is that Treasurer Falwell?
Yes, thank you. I know how long a meeting it's been. Just 60 seconds to let folks know that, the employees of the school systems obviously are involved in the state health plan and the pension plan. We've just extended the no charging for copays or deductibles or the treatment of anyone regarding COVID-19. I just wanted to report that to the school board, so there are no fees, copays, or deductibles for either testing or treatment for state employees. And the pension plan is holding up extremely well. With all the market volatility, it's down less than 1% for the entire year. So it's actually up for the fiscal year. So just want to report that to you. I know that I can't be with you as much as I'd like, and the reason is that we have counties and cities that are in trouble, and our school board, state school board, needs to recognize that a lot of funding comes to our schools from county budgets. And as the chair of the local government commission, I can tell you there is tremendous stress and the potential for tremendous economic inequality across North Carolina, and just wanted the school board members to understand that, and I'll be reporting that back to you in the future.
Treasurer Falwell, thank you for that report. I'm glad to have you back with us. I'll now ask for a motion to adjourn this June 4th, 2020 meeting.
It's Mr. Ford, so move.
Motion by Mr. Ford. Is there a second?
Second, JB.
Second by Mr. Buxton. Dr. Townsend Smith.
Yes, sir. Mr. Buxton,
Yes.
Dr. Oxendine,
Yep. Yes.
Ms. Camnett,
Yes, indeed.
Mr. Keenan,
Yes.
Mr. Hall,
Absolutely.
Dr. Tipton Rogers,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. White,
Absolutely.
Mr. Chastain,
Yes.
Mr. Ford,
Emphatically, yes.
Treasurer Falwell,
Lieutenant Governor, Vice Chair Duncan,
Yes.
Chair Davis.
Yes. Motion passes. We stand adjourned. Have a good day.
Next week.